HD1 Burlington, Philadelphia, a Beasley Media Group station, live from the Comcast Business Studios. 97.5, The Fanatic. This is Kincade and Salciunas. Last night, the Eagles lost to the Falcons on Monday Night Football. Now they have to regroup and head to New Orleans for a Sunday matchup with the Saints. Kincade and Salciunas. John Kincade, Andrew Salciunas.
97.5 The Fanatic and 97.5thefanatic.com.
And a good Tuesday morning, Philadelphia. I'm Andrew Salciunas alongside my man, John Kincade. Johnny, morning.
I believe that's false advertising on your part, and you're usually not a big liar.
What?
It's not a good morning.
Well, why are you calling me a liar when I literally said morning?
No, you said it was a good
I didn't
morning.
say the G word. Thanks. We're starting off the show just like the way the Eagles ended that game. Horribly, John.
Nah, I make good decisions. Unlike the drunken sailor we have in charge. How are you this morning?
That's your boy, Mr. Sirianni, drunken sailor.
I got to tell you, I didn't think they gave him control of enough to screw things up, but they obviously did.
So, look, that is going to be something that we're going to talk about all day today. And it's not just the 3rd and 3. It's a lot of questionable decision-making. Nick Sirianni himself is going back and forth on his own, thought process. Remember, he wasn't Riverboat Doug Peterson when he was first, in that 2022 season.
No, he was not.
But he was an aggressive play caller, and he was aggressive on 4th downs. And then remember in the Super Bowl, he kind of went away from it. He went against his own laurels. He went against his own beliefs. And is that the reason why they lost the Super Bowl? No, there are multiple reasons why they lost, could have won, blah, blah, blah. But
does it haunt your thought process?
Well, we saw it last year. There were times where I thought he would go for it on 4th down when he didn't. There were times when he went for it on 4th down when I thought that he shouldn't. And look, it's a tough job to have that, to make that decision and to have all the information. The freaking chart. I'm done with the chart. The ESPN analytics. This is a green zone. You should go for it. No, feel's a big part of it, right? Feel of the game, feel of how your offense is moving, feel of how their defense is playing, feel of the clock, feel of everything, right? There were multiple times yesterday where he would have gone for it on 4th down, but he didn't. And then when he goes for it on 4th down, you're questioning. And then some of the decisions leading up to 4th down, like the 3rd and 3. There was another 3rd and 3 earlier in the game where he throws the football and then they go for it. And my first thought is, well, if you were going to go for it all along, you probably should have tried to run the football.
On 3rd down.
Yes.
And then you go for it on 4th, you get no points. You pass on a field goal on your second drive. You don't score on your opening drive when you get the ball. You give it back to the Falcons. Your defense makes a stand, gives you the ball back. Give them something to feel good about.
Yeah.
Put damn points on the board. And remember, if you had taken the field goal from earlier in the game, you're sitting there at the end of the game up 6, and in that 3rd down play, you run it, and then you kick a field goal to go up 9, and the game was over. There are so many things that, and remember, like you said, and I think you're very fair there, in 2020 hindsight, we get to discuss a lot of these things.
Right.
But at the time, and I took over the Fanatics Twitter account last night.
I saw that, yeah.
I said it at the time. Take the 3 points in the first quarter. Like, there's things that he does that are maddening, and then hearing his explanation on our postgame show last night, which we'll play for you.
Oh, yeah.
Even more maddening.
Yeah, well, we're going to get into a lot of audio today,
yes.
and we'll start off pretty early with it. Let's do that. Here's the 3rd and 3, which is going to be something that's going to be talked about probably all week long. And hell, John, because that was a conference loss.
Yeah, it's a huge loss.
It could be something where we're talking about week 10 or week 11. We're not going to spend too much time on, but you know what we're going to say? Maybe it's week 10, week 11. They're tied with the Cowboys, or they're tied with the Packers, or they're tied with the 49ers for that top seed. And we're going to say, man, if they had that week 2 win.
That loss right there is going to come back. It's going to come back and haunt them at some
point, yeah, because you could be up 2-0. You could be a whole game ahead of the Cowboys, 49ers, Packers, Lions. You name it. Now, you're up, of course, against the Packers because of the head-to-head, but you're up a full game ahead of all those teams, not just because you're 2-0 and they're 1-1, but also because of your conference record, you would be 2-0. All those teams are 1-1 or 0-1 in their conference, and you lose, and you peed away.
You gave it away. Like that is one where credit the Atlanta Falcons.
Yes, of course.
And credit Kirk Cousins for that final drive and doing what he had to do.
Oh, yeah, picking them apart down the field like that.
It was very little resistance on our part here. But the bottom line is this. You opened the door. You gave them the opportunity. You set it on the table for them. I don't understand it. And hearing Nick Sirianni talk after a loss, I understand it less. And that's
it's
not
painful.
the way. And that's not the way it's supposed to be.
All right, so here's Nick Sirianni last night on the decision to go for it on 3rd and 3. Go for it by passing, not go for it, obviously do or die. But to throw the football on 3rd and 3.
They were running a certain defense and junking it up in the middle. So we're trying to go around the outside, and, it didn't work.
All right.
Oh, my gosh.
So,
that's driving me crazy.
I know it's going to drive you crazy. And look, I think this is going to be a fascinating conversation all day today with us, with the Mike Missanelli show and Bill Colarulo, Nick Sirianni's cousin, Bill Colarulo.
Oh, he's got Nick's back.
The best show ever. Obviously, they Team Brian Johnson from 2 to 6 on this station. It's going to be a fascinating conversation.
It will be fascinating.
Because here's the deal. The play was there, right?
Oh, no question it was there.
Saquon Barkley is wide open. Jalen Hurts makes a perfect throw. Jalen Hurts, and we'll get into this more as the show goes on, was playing a great game at that time. The stats might not show it because he throws for 180 yards, but he was playing an efficient game at that time.
80?
Yeah, he was fantastic.
Okay.
He makes a perfect throw to Saquon Barkley. If it is caught, it's either a first down, clock keeps on running, or he even gets into the end zone. And at that point, the Falcons only have one timeout left, and it's a 2-score game at this point, right? So the play call worked. The question, though, is whether it worked or not, was it the smart play call?
It wasn't.
Go ahead. I want you to explain.
97%. If you run it on 3rd down there, and you don't turn it over. So the assumption is
Saquon holds on to it, which you believe in him.
Right.
Yeah.
You built a team. What is this team built around? It's built around having one of the best offensive lines in football.
Yep.
A quarterback who is a dual threat with his legs or his feet, with his legs or his arm.
And showed that last night.
And a star running back who, by the way, give him 2 carries last night at any time. 2 consecutive carries. He goes for 5 or 6 yards, not 3. He goes for 5 or 6. You don't have to do what you did. When I hear the no sheesh, Sherlock, oh, yeah, well, if Saquon catches that ball, we're applauding it. No sheesh. Of course we are. Of course. That is the dumbest rationale for this that I've ever heard. Of course we're celebrating it. You didn't need to do it. You didn't need it. You just run the damn ball. You have a 97% chance to win that game. And by the way, if you said it was so important to get a touchdown there, Saquon Barkley didn't have 2 carries all night consecutively that he wouldn't get you 3 yards.
Yep. Dude, there was that drive.
I do not understand it. It's just everything's got to be cute.
Yeah.
Everything with Nick Sirianni and this approach to this team has got pass on the 3 points. We're aggressive. That's our mentality. It was foolish.
Yeah.
And that's foolish. And yes, okay, just so we can summarize, yes, all of Philadelphia would celebrate if Saquon had caught that ball.
Absolutely.
There's no reason to, that's your argument right there. No, it's not. The guy has the most drops of any running back in the NFL since 2021. He's got 21 of them, by the way. Drops. That tells you all you need to know. The one thing they should know, their analytics department should know is don't throw it to Saquon at a critical time.
And that's my problem with the charts, right?
Does analytics not come into it there?
No, it probably does come into it there. Not the Saquon Barkley drop factor, but maybe it's important to throw in this situation. There's analytics for everything. But again, there's no analytics for feel. And that's one of my biggest problems. So Saquon Barkley, Nick Sirianni's explanation is, look, they're loading up the box. They think we're going to run the football, so we're going to pass the football in this situation. I understand his logic, but you got to take into account the what if. And the what if scenario, if Saquon Barkley gets tackled for a loss, the clock runs.
The clock runs. It is they're going to have 40 less seconds to deal with.
The what if scenario, if Saquon Barkley drops it, you saw how it played out. What if that ball's picked off? And returned for a touchdown? I've said this to you a couple times, John, and it is very, very elemental. You need more things to go right on a passing play than you need on a running play. Do I think I'm not a caveman and I believe it's 3 yards and a cloud of dust anymore? I understand what today's NFL is, but in a very elemental way of looking at it, more things have to go right on a pass than they do on a run. And speaking of feel, let's not act like Saquon Barkley was having a bad drive there. He had a 9-yard run earlier in that drive. He had a 4-yard run earlier in that drive. He had a 3-yard run earlier in that drive.
I think he had 4 9-yard drives in the game, 4 9-yard runs in the game.
Boy, yeah, there was that one drive where it was 9, 9, 10, and 11.
I mean, it's like he had runs to not think that on third down, Saquon Barkley couldn't have gotten you 1 or 2 yards.
Yeah.
To set up a 4th and 1. If you want to be Billy Balls aggressive and go for it there and win the game there, then that's fine. To throw it to Saquon means you're ignoring everything that you're supposed to know. That's the one blemish on his record. Saquon is not a great pass catcher. That is not the element of his game that he's great at. He's the worst of any running back in the NFL at drops. So you say, oh, the hell with analytics. We're going to go to something he's not reliable at doing and ignore all the data you got of all the things that he was great at all night long.
Right. And again, this is going to be a fascinating conversation because here's Jalen Hurts. Let's play both cuts 1 and 5, Brendan, if you can put together. Here's Hurts talking about the play at the end of the game there that obviously gave the Falcons the touchdown, the football after the Jake Elliott field goal.
It's a tough loss. We'll learn from it. You know, I trust him every day of the week to make a play, just like everybody else. And so we'll be better from it.
And then he
I don't want to add any extra wood to it. We just didn't make the play in that moment. And I trust him in every moment. He's a hell of a player. He gave us a big spark in those moments, and you know, it just wasn't for us tonight.
Okay.
So go ahead.
I mean, first of all, great leadership on Jalen.
Awesome.
Jalen had no reason to take a bullet there. He delivered the ball perfectly. It was
Yeah,
right there. It was there as designed, and they did it. So I admire the leadership there. And maybe Jalen has learned a little bit more about, you know, in his own locker room.
Not that he would ever have done that in years, but like, Saquon dropped it.
Whoa. Last year when he blew the Seattle game because at least a chance to tie it, he didn't take responsibility.
No. I get it. I'm saying I don't think you'd ever throw a teammate under the bus.
I think
right?
he did a great job there. Congratulations, Jalen, and I admire it.
And so,
but overall,
but he realized the play was there. It's just, and he said he would do it again. Right? It's just maybe not in that situation because if you remember, John, earlier in that game, they ran that exact same play, and it worked. It wasn't a touchdown. Remember, his knee was down at the 1 or 2 yard line.
At the half-yard line, right, or whatever?
They did the exact same play
Half-yard short.
in the same half. It was the second half when they ran it.
Look, again, the bottom line is this. You built a team around your offensive line, around your quarterback who's a dual threat, and around a star running back who was slicing and dicing the Falcons all night long. And at the end, you didn't trust it. It's as if Kyle Shanahan was calling plays in a Super Bowl. That was just as reckless last night. It was just dumb. It was dumb, and if you're trying to defend it, I don't know why you're trying to defend it. Well, I don't know why someone's trying to defend it. It's something that didn't need to be done.
Well, that's the thing. So there are people, John, and this is, again, another layer to the fascinating conversation. So you were saying last night, our man Ray Dunn, who was doing the postgame show, was saying it was the right call. It may have been the call that he liked. There are people that probably said, I would throw on this play. We're going to play you something later on this hour. You know, obviously, you were at the game last night in the press box. I'm anti-Manning cast with all due respect. I
can't watch a game that matters to me watching that.
Yeah, I want to watch the game. But there is some fascinating stuff that comes from the Manning cast. And they had Matt Ryan on the show yesterday. And, of course, fitting timing to have Matt Ryan once again, a 3rd and goal.
Right.
Same end zone when the Falcons are driving downfield, just like the divisional round of the playoffs where he throws a Julio Jones at the end there.
And the opening game of the next season.
Right. But they had a disagreement on the play call. There are quarterbacks that probably think this would be a play that I would throw on. There's quarterbacks that think this would be a play that I would run on. There are people, Eagles fans, football fans in general, that go, hey, I'm a fan of aggressive play calling. They would have done that. And that's why this conversation is going to be fascinating today. I'm more with you. I would have ran the football, keep the clock running.
All logic, all football logic, and you're a football guy, right?
Football man.
All football logic tells you that's what you do in that situation. you run the damn ball at that point and you take 40 seconds off the clock. I do not believe, under any circumstance, that if you ran the ball, gave it to them with less than a minute to go, and you were up by 6, that the Falcons would have won that game.
All right, we'll play you one more clip. Here's the man that dropped the pass, Saquon Barkley. All right, we'll play that in a little bit. Saquon Barkley, he talked about it at his locker. He took responsibility. Here he is.
Dropped the ball. Let my team down today. Shouldn't have put the defense in that position. Made that catch. Game's over.
Were you surprised with the play call? Did you expect a running play? Or
No. Once I knew it, I thought it was a great play call. I just got to make the catch. I could sit here and complain and be upset about it, or I could be a professional athlete and go back to the drawing board and take the lick and move on and get better from it. I made that play multiple times. I missed that play before too, meaning the situation. That happens part of the game, and I just got to be better. I let my team down. I got to man up to it. I got to own it, which I'm doing.
I like the accountability.
It's a great answer. It's a great answer.
I like the accountability. Nobody could argue with that.
Now, he throws in there. He liked the play call because he's made that play, multiple times.
I think he hesitated. See, now I heard hesitation.
Oh, okay.
I think he wanted to run the ball there.
Okay,
I guarantee
maybe.
you that 75% of the people who will tell you that they love the play call at the time were absolutely saying run the ball.
Maybe.
And then it's just like, hey, it's easy. Look, it's hard. If they run the ball there and don't get it, you can't blame anybody. It's easy to blame Saquon this morning.
Right.
And I just blame the analytics department that is supposed to be the end-all, be-all. They spend hundreds of thousands of dollars on. I'm shocked that they didn't know that Saquon is the guy. It's the least reliable part of his game, and they counted on it when it mattered the most.
Now, I'm glad you used the word blame because that is our main question today.
I read my show sheet.
Damn right you did, and I appreciate that. The question today, it's 610-632-0975, whether you want to call in or text. And obviously, there's overall Eagles reaction. If you want to react to anything from the game last night, today is the day to do it, right? Monday, well, in this case, Tuesday after a Monday Night Football game, especially a loss like that, a gut-wrenching loss, a kick-in-the-nuts loss, a punch-in-the-face loss, that's a game where you go, all right, I want to react to anything. I want to get things off my chest. But our main question today, our topic is, who are you putting the blame on this loss for? Obviously, Nick Sirianni, I'm sure will be an answer. There are lunatics that say Jalen Hurts. I'll tell you about an interaction I had on social media last night, which I think is crazy. But, John, I'm honestly not even going to go with the offense.
I honestly, I'm not complaining today about much of what I saw at all in the offense.
I know we're going to talk about that 3rd and 3 decision all day long, as we should, because that was the turning point in the game, right? The Falcons get the momentum. They get the stop. They go downfield, bang, 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 touchdown. The reason why they went bang, bang, bang down the field and scored a touchdown was a concern of mine going into this season. So it's not like I'm doing revisionist history. You, as my witness, have done 100-plus shows now. And ever since the Hassan Reddick trade and the acquisition of Bryce Huff and running it back with Josh Sweat and losing Fletcher Cox and relying on Brandon Graham to play X amount of snaps this year, my biggest concern with this team heading into it was not the beef between Sirianni and Hurts, was not lack of depth at certain positions.
No, that wasn't yours.
It was the pass rush. And, dude, last night, I watched a product off the edge and unfortunately also in the middle because, let's face it, if you're an offensive coordinator, you're not really relying. If you're an offensive coordinator, you're not going, Jordan Davis is going to get to my quarterback. That guy's going to clog up holes, running holes, but he's not going to get to my quarterback. So on passing plays, passing downs, let's double-team Jalen Carter so he can't wreak havoc.
Okay.
He really only did that a couple of times yesterday. And then your edge rushers of Josh Sweat and Bryce Huff will let our tackles battle them one-on-one and maybe occasionally throw a chip in there. I saw Bryce Huff getting manhandled yesterday. I watched him get bullied yesterday. Passing downs, running downs. I don't know what it was. Every time they showed a replay, my eyes went to Bryce Huff. I saw that guy getting pushed 3, 4, 5 yards off the line of scrimmage as if he was me lining up against Jordan Mailata. The fact that he was getting nothing off the line of scrimmage except maybe 1 or 2 plays where he made Kirk Cousins step up in the pocket and then the pocket never really collapsed. Bryce Huff was a 0.
And that's
not only his jersey number, he was a 0 on the field yesterday. Josh Sweat
and the
score sheet. Josh Sweat made 1 play where it wasn't a sack or a tackle. Kirk Cousins just had to throw the ball away quickly, and it ended up being incomplete. That pass rush, which was a concern of mine going into this season, made me lose sleep last night because I don't see where it gets better.
I got to tell you that we kept looking in press row. They come around with the stats every quarter. I kept looking for something to show up. And by the way, I'm not letting the Georgia Dogs off the hook either, and I want to get into that too.
We will.
None of them need to be let off the hook because there was very little impact made there either.
So I'm telling you right away, the pass rush.
That's the biggest criminal to me.
Yeah, that's my biggest blame for an entire loss. I know the swing that happened on the 3rd and 3, but for the entire 4 quarters.
The entire 4 quarters.
The pass rush was non-existent.
You and I absolutely are on the same page.
I'll say this. For the 8 quarters this season, forget field conditions in Sao Paulo. That's out the window when I watched what happened last night, unless George Toma put together the Lynx field this year. And I don't think that's the case.
He didn't.
Who are you blaming the most for this loss? You can climb in at 610-632-0975. And then the question is, are there any solutions to it? I don't think that there are. Man, we got a busy day ahead of you for you today. It's Kincade and Salciunas, 97.5 The Fanatic.
Fanatic Sports Update.
An improbable loss. I'm Brendan Gunn, and this update was brought to you by Temple Football. Temple Football battles Utah State this Saturday at 2 p.m. at Lincoln Financial Field.
Kincade Salciunas, 97.5, The Fanatic, on a horrible Tuesday reaction day when the Eagles peed away a chance to win yesterday. I mean, honestly, this game, I don't want to say today will haunt them, but the fact that they literally let this game slip out of their fingers. John, I told you a story before the show that at halftime, because we get up so early and because we were going to bed so late, I got my clothes together for today at halftime.
Okay, so you laid them out.
And I grabbed an Eagles sweat. Now, good for you. You're still rocking the green, even though they lost yesterday. I grabbed an Eagles shirt, and I held it in my hands and said, wait a minute. If they lose, should I wear this tomorrow?
Yes.
Yeah, I got you. But I said, wait, they're not losing. Like that's how I felt at halftime. They are not losing this football game. And throughout the third quarter, oh, man, they're winning this football game. Throughout the fourth quarter, oh, they're not losing this football game.
I have audio that Gunn will play for us later if he doesn't have it, that of Scott Van Pelt.
Mm-hmm.
Did you see Scott Van Pelt?
No, I did not.
Inside the 2-minute warning, before the third down play, which ends up being the one we talk about the most, Scott Van Pelt is on the field previewing SportsCenter coming up after the game. And he talks about the fact that, yes, coming up after the game, and I swear to you, it was as if, well, we'll go to the victorious locker room.
Oh, my God, yeah.
I mean, it was 9, run the ball there, you win. Statistically, football, 97% of the time.
Yeah, I mean, it's not that the play call wasn't
the play
there.
call was beautiful. It worked beautifully. It was unnecessary.
But it's the added risk in a very elemental way of looking at it. More things have to go right on a pass play than on a run play. And if something doesn't go well on the run play and it doesn't lead to a turnover, at least the clock keeps on ticking. And that's a Nick Sirianni thing. So if people want to blame Nick Sirianni, go for it. If people want to blame Jalen Hurts, I think you're crazy, but it's your opinion. My deal is the pass rush. Our man, Andrew DeCecco, is going to be joining us coming up at 8:10 for the check-in. Can't wait for it. He just tweeted out the snap counts.
I thought he's 7:30.
No, Jeff McClain's coming on tomorrow.
Oh, Jeff McClain coming on tomorrow. Okay, good. Sorry about that.
Here's your snap count with your edge rushers. Josh Sweat, 66% of the snaps. I like that because remember last year he probably played a little bit too much, and that may have been why he was worn down.
Did he break a sweat last night?
No, he didn't. Nolan Smith, 38% of the snaps.
Did he do anything?
He might stink.
He might.
And I'm sorry.
He might.
He might stink because this guy. All I heard from Eagles fans last year, and I tried to say it over and over and over again, all I heard from Eagles, he's not getting opportunities, not getting opportunities, not getting opportunities. But when he did get the opportunities, he did not play well.
He got very few opportunities, though.
I know.
Would he be better today if he had opportunities?
I don't know.
It's a chicken and the egg.
But I saw him get opportunities yesterday. And like Bryce Huff, I saw him getting bullied by the right tackle of the Atlanta Falcons. Speaking of Bryce Huff, the $17 million man, only 52% of the snaps. And I don't think it's because of inability to be energized still. I think it's just inability to play well.
He contributes nothing.
He did nothing.
In run defense, he contributes nothing.
Nothing.
I mean, it's as if it's abysmal. It's abysmal what he's bringing to the table.
So you'll hear from Andrew DeCecco at 8:10. No, it's not going to be.
No.
And you know what? It shouldn't be.
It shouldn't be.
Like, if there's anybody out there that's going to look for some sort of moral victory, I can't have it today. Now, I will tell you this. Jalen Hurts played well last night.
Jalen Hurts played a B-plus game last night.
I asked yesterday for the statement game. Remember we had that conversation? Yep. And my answer was Jalen Hurts. I think he provided that.
What do you say, B-plus?
Yeah.
I mean, go B-plus.
If that interception at the end doesn't happen and they still lose the football game, probably an A.
I think that was I do not think that was a smart decision to throw that football team.
It may not have been, but I didn't hate it.
I didn't hate it.
I thought Jalen Hurts played a good football game yesterday. Do I think he played Patrick Mahomes-esque? No, I had some guy attacking me yesterday on social media. You guys rip Josh Allen all the time. Look, Josh Allen is a gamer. So is Jalen Hurts. Jalen Hurts played a good game yesterday.
I have no problem. Jalen Hurts is not even on my laundry list.
Oh, and by the way, his passing yards may not have been high, but his rushing yards were high, and that showed you that he may be a little bit more like himself from 2 years ago. And by the way, he was missing his best weapon in A.J. Brown. All right, speaking of which, let's go to the phones. You could text in. You could call in 610-632-0975. We have our Kincade Salciunas post-game line that we're going to get to throughout the show today. We tweet out the number last night. It is 610-771-9759. It's something that I love for people to be able to immediately react to a game, either a win or a loss. We'll get to those as the show goes on. But let's go with the people that are calling in right now. Let's go to Tom in Jersey. Tom, you're on 97.5, The Fanatic.
Tunis, how you doing? Calling in the mornings.
Yo, Tommy. Oh, my God, dude. How have you been, brother?
Listen, I've been excellent, buddy. Thank the good Lord. Anyway, listen, bottom line is just, and games are won and lost in the trenches. And listen, they got a big ball of dough in the middle. That guy, Davis, he gets moved around. I've never seen a guy with no heart at 6'7", 350, 400 pounds. He has zero heart. He gets moved around like a piece of furniture on wheels. It is unbelievable. Then, I mean, you know what you do right now? You put your tail between your legs and you call up Hakeem Reddick and you say, you know what?
No.
Or you call up the Jets and say, let's get in here. Do what you got to do to get that guy. Because I'm going to tell you, it's not going to change. The reason why that guy was available for the Jets, he played limited plays. He was energized when he did come in. Anybody could come in when you're playing 5, 10 snaps a game.
Hey, Tom, why do you think Hassan Reddick's available today?
I'm whatever.
Why do you, no, not whatever. Why do you think nobody's saying to the Jets, hey, trade us Hassan Reddick? Or the Eagles didn't let him go in the first place? Or none of his Eagles teammates spoke out when he left?
That's not my concern.
Well, yeah, but it should be. But when you toss that out there, it should be. He wasn't welcome.
No.
He wasn't welcome.
Well, guess what? There's a lot of plays. Right now, are you happy the way the line looks?
No, that's another issue. Move on from Hassan Reddick. Move on. Move on.
I'm just saying, my point is pass rush, and you're not going to.
That is correct.
And that's correct. And Tommy,
We'll
we appreciate the
Tom.
call. Great hearing from you. Tommy's a great Philadelphia. Listen, he always does the listen. I've been talking to Tom forever. It's great. I haven't heard from him in a while. It's great to hear from him. I'm glad he's doing well.
That is good to hear.
That was my biggest fear with the pass rush. Not obviously going into the season, that was my biggest fear. My biggest fear this morning is to what Tom just said, and I said it last segment. I don't think there's a solution to it.
By the way, too, is you can say whatever you want. Last night, and I brought it up to you first segment, I think Davis had a horrible game last night.
Yeah. Talk about the Georgia Bulldogs, because you're going to highlight them
Davis,
a little bit.
I was watching specifically a lot for Davis and Carter, because I can't watch the entire field, even sitting in the press box. I can't watch the entire field and feel like I can survey the whole defense and everything.
Right, you highlight some guys.
I'm focusing on Carter and Davis. I thought they both played abysmally last night, and they weren't making an impact. And Jordan Davis, to me, that's the worst game that I've seen him play as an Eagle.
Well, right now,
but he has not had many terrible games.
No, he hasn't. But right now,
he has not been pushed around many games.
If you're an offensive coordinator,
that was terrible.
If you're the OC of the New Orleans Saints, you're looking at this pass rush, right?
What pass rush?
Well, that's the
exactly.
thing. I am double teaming Jalen Carter.
No question. Well, they did last night.
I know.
They double teamed.
It's not
Jalen
a rocket
Carter.
science. You double team Jalen Carter with your center and your right guard. You wait until your right tackle and left tackle get beat, which they didn't get beat all last night. And then you let your left guard go one-on-one with Jordan Davis, who's not a pass rusher.
Bottom line. I mean,
so it's kind of easy.
It is kind of easy.
Until Vic Fangio, and look, Vic Fangio, I believe at some point will figure out stunts. He's going to bring, it's not always a four-man rush. Toward the end of the game there when Kirk Cousins was standing tall in the pocket because there was no pressure. I saw him blitzing to Kobe Dean a couple of times. There's going to be ways for Vic Fangio to try to develop pressure, but he can't just go with the four-man rush. Remember, I always say this, John, and you and I talked about this a lot, the 2017 Eagles, man. I know they didn't have the same amount of sacks as the year in 2022 when they get to the Super Bowl, but the 2017 Eagles lived and died with that pass rush. Whether they got sacks or just forced the quarterback to be uncomfortable. Jim Schwartz was able to do four-man rushes play after play after play because they were at least doing something. You can't do that with this pass rush.
And as bad as we talk about the defense played, 2-minute warning, they'd given up 15 points. We're going to amplify how bad that last drive was.
Yeah.
There are not many teams in the NFL that give up 15 points in the first 58 minutes of a game.
Well, I don't think
that is a no matter how ugly it looked at times, it was still a pretty good performance.
No, it was, but I'm not blaming the defense in totality.
No, I got you. I know, I
because,
understand.
I saw Quinyon Mitchell have a great game. I saw people tweeting at you that Darius Slay sucks, which I think is completely moronic, and you're reacting to a final play. You are allowing one play in 4 quarters to determine whether or not a former All-Pro cornerback sucks. You're ridiculous.
How far were they? How many times were they attacking at Slay?
That may have been one or two times.
You know why? Because he's not an idiot. I mean, it just. There's some things that are just too dumb.
All right, coming up next, we'll get to more of your reaction. Text line, phone line. We'll get to the post-game line at some point. But I love the Monday Night Crew, Joe Buck and Troy Aikman. They're fantastic. If you
Did they have a good broadcast last night?
Yes. If you hate Joe Buck, there's something wrong with you. Oh, he hates Philadelphia. No, he doesn't. But Troy Aikman talked about the 3rd and 3, as did the Manning cast in real time, Johnny.
Okay, good.
So we'll play you both the Aikman reaction to the 3rd and 3 call and how the Manning cast reacted in real time to it. You'll hear those both coming up next. It's Kincade and Salciunas on this Football Tuesday. 97.5 The Fanatic.
Ricky Vitalico.
The bottom line of that leadoff hitter is get on base.
Tuesday morning here on 97.5 The Fanatic. So here's what we got coming up on the show today. We have our Monday morning radio host today, but things change a little bit. But the Monday morning radio host comes your way at 8 o'clock. That is our segment where we react to the things that Nick Sirianni said. Everyone's a Monday morning quarterback, right? The day after a game. Oh, Jalen shouldn't have done this. Jalen shouldn't have done that.
Well, if someone's leading with anything to Jalen today,
oh yeah, no, it's crazy.
My listening ears are wrong.
Yeah, I'll tell you about this exchange I've had on Twitter. It's crazy.
I do have a number for you.
All right, what's the number
that I saved? Dude. Do you know last night somehow, and this falls to my man that is calling the plays, Kellen Moore. Do you realize if you took all the targets in the passing game that Goddard got, by the way, I read that one well.
Mm-hmm.
Goddard, Saquon Barkley, and Jahan Dotson. All of them combined.
Hold on.
Britton Covey had more targets.
I was going to say seven targets total for those three.
Britton Covey had more targets than Saquon, Dotson, and Dallas Goedert combined. Why in the hell did you go get Dotson? Yeah. He was non-existent.
Why are you running bubble screens in the red zone?
I swear to you, I have no idea. How that to me?
That made me laugh a couple times.
And that falls on Kellen Moore, who I have been very, very complimentary of. That was an atrocious night for Kellen Moore, and I worried about it. I kept saying it yesterday. I was worried with A.J. Brown out. I'm like, with A.J. Brown out, I'm like, who's the third target on this team? Well, now we know. It was Britton freaking Covey. That's stupid.
Well, it shouldn't.
That's stupid. Well,
third receiver, but third target should have been Barkley or Goddard.
It makes no sense. Well, I'm going to tell you why Goddard wasn't. Because Dallas Goedert gets no separation. He gets no separation.
I saw a play yesterday. I wrote down on my notes. I have my little Temple School media
give you a little notepad. Yeah, a little notepad.
Yep.
You like them.
There was a play where maybe it was designed. It was to Covey, by the way. It was not in the red zone. It was to the right side, bottom of your screen, where Dallas Goedert walked his route. Maybe it was a play specifically for Britton Covey, even though it wasn't a screen, so I don't know why you would do that. But, dude, I'm not joking. He walked his route. Somebody that's going to be an all-22 expert will maybe find that play. It was Britton Covey, bottom of your screen, going left to right, and Dallas Goedert walked his route. And I wrote it down saying, why is Goddard walking on a play? I don't know if he's frustrated. I don't know if he was banged up at the time. I don't know if he was gassed. I don't know if the play was for Britton Covey. I don't know what it was. But I saw Dallas Goedert put minimal effort in a snap, which can't happen.
We kept watching in the press box like Dallas Goedert became like a talking point.
Yeah.
A lot of people are like, well, where's Goddard in the offense? I'm like, well, they got to go to him next drive. They got to get him involved next drive. He was not getting separation. I mean, it's not like he was running free and Jalen Hurts was missing it. There's something there. Dallas Goedert is not. If I hear one more person tell me about him being a top 5 tight end or anything like that, I'm going to throw up in my mouth because he's never done anything.
I think he's got the skills to do it. He just
he doesn't do it. He didn't do it.
All right, so here was Troy Aikman last night. This was after the game, right? So they're doing ESPN.
It's after the game on SportsCenter.
After the game on SportsCenter, reacting to the 3rd and 3 play call in the 4th quarter for the Eagles.
It's a risk-reward call, right? I mean, it's not what I expected. I thought, it was a play in which you get outside. If it's there, take it. If it's not, you keep it and you go to the ground, let the clock run, and then make your decision. But he was open, and they don't execute it. It's the National Football League, so it's you're playing to win, you're playing aggressively, you get exactly what you want, and then it's just simply not executed. And obviously there's going to be a lot of talk about that. We're talking about it. They're going to be talking about it in the locker room, at the press conferences after this ball game. But then defensively, they're unable to make a stop. I mean, those were big chunks. They got down there in a hurry, so it was a collapse by a lot of people there at the end for them not to be walking off this field victorious.
Troy says it right there. You roll him out. He can either keep it himself or slide down and run the 40 seconds off the clock.
Well, no, but he said if the play was there.
No, but then he said, but the play was there. No, but what Troy says is right in the first part. You roll him out. He holds the ball. he gets a yard or two. And if he gets a yard or two and it's 4th and 1, you probably
that
do a
should have
tush
been
push.
the play call.
Right. I mean,
there should not have been an option to throw the football.
It's mind-boggling.
Now, here is in real time. Again, I'm not a big Manning cast guy. I know they have fun interviews and all that kind of stuff. I just want to watch a football game. I don't need anything else. But I respect these guys. I respect Hall of Famer Peyton Manning, 2-time Super Bowl champion Eli Manning, and their special guest at the time was Matt Ryan. Listen to them talking about it. Matt Ryan was pro leading up to the snap. Pro throw, Manning not. Take a listen.
They are play. No. Wow. Ooh. They had it. He listened. Jalen watched what Matt Ryan said. He said, I'm running that play again. I'm going to give him the perfect throw, front shoulder, like Matt said, get it out in front. Wow. That's why you don't throw, though. I mean, that's why you don't throw. It is why you don't throw, but, it was a perfect call.
So Matt Ryan, Christian McCaffrey predicted the play last year.
Right.
Matt Ryan didn't predict the play, but he said, I would do what they did last time. Because earlier in the game, they ran that exact same play. That was the play that Barkley was tackled right before the goal line. So Matt Ryan, a great quarterback in the NFL, was pro throw.
Sure.
Peyton, Hall of Famer, says that's why you don't throw. So even the quarterbacks are having a difference of opinion.
Yeah,
that's why this is a fascinating conversation, because I think people will come from so many different angles on this.
It was a crazy night. It was a crazy night, and that was a death walk out of the building last night.
I'm sure it was. You were there.
The parking lots was quiet.
So talk more about that, because look, I've been to very few Eagles games in person. I would like you to paint the picture of what that was like leaving Lincoln Financial Field last night. So you'll hear John's story. He was at the game yesterday in the press box. We'll get more reaction on everything. Who are you putting this loss on? You can text in, call in 610-632-0975. We'll check the post-game line. We got a busy segment coming up. Also, how does this Eagles loss look for the rest of the NFC? We'll get into that as well. It's Kincade Salciunas, 97.5 The Fanatic.
Fanatic Sports Update.
An improbable loss. I'm Brendan Gunn, and this update.
7:02 on Kincade Salciunas on this Tuesday morning here on 97.5 The Fanatic. You can climb in on the phone lines, text line 610-632-0975. We also have the Kincade Salciunas postgame line that we're going to get to. We will only really open this up. We're only going to open it up after the games come to an end. The number is 610-771-9759. We will tweet it out after games like we did last night, and then we'll play some of the best reaction during the show. So we'll do that later on this segment. But, John, you were at the game last night. You were there in the press box.
Yes.
You took over the Fanatics Twitter account yesterday. You were a busy man, but you also are an Eagles fan and had to walk out as one. Obviously, when you're in the press box, you're working.
Yes.
But when you're walking, at the second you leave the press box, the second that door closes,
the second you get down to the level where you're exiting with the fans,
you're a Johnny Eagles fan again.
Exactly.
What was that like?
I should have worn a cup because I felt like I was kicked in the balls, being honest with you.
Yeah.
I mean, it was bad. I can tell you this. There are games where you leave the building where the fans are angry.
Yeah.
Where you hear a lot of like amongst people. Last night was quiet. Now, I usually find a day game when you leave and it's still light out, it's usually more chatter. I think people are a little more tired.
Yeah, of
maybe
course.
a little more overserved.
A lot of people worked on Monday.
But I got to tell you flat out, it was quiet. Walking to my car and getting in and trying to get out of that building last night, it was quiet, and that's surprising.
I am by no means comparing it to the game itself of the level of importance, but you also walked out of the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. NFC.
Nothing like that.
So a little bit more chatter.
That was the actual. People don't realize this, and it's something that you might not have ever heard. That loss actually is where they came up with the idea for The Walking Dead. That's they said, could we have people walk around just like sort of? That was exactly where they came up.
So
with
was it any close to it? No,
but it was quiet.
It was quiet.
It was definitely quiet. There wasn't a bunch of people going F this, F that. It was a lot of quiet because I think people were stunned.
Well, yeah, dude, and last night, man, so I did the pregame show with Connor and Bill. Connor out sick today. Brendan Gunn doing a great job filling in for him. Dude, Xfinity Live was rocking, dude. And then about an hour until kickoff, the sea of people that were in front of us started making their way to Lincoln Financial Field. And I remember saying to Connor and Bill and Sean Spence, our engineer, I was like, dude, that place is going to be nuts. Those people that were just that loud for the last hour are now going into that building. Kirk Cousins is in for a rude awakening.
By the end of the first half, it was quiet.
Yeah, because
look, the Eagles not putting points on the board in the second drive.
Right.
The Eagles took the crowd out of their own game. When you don't score in your opening drive and you punt it away, and then your defense comes up with a stop at home, there was momentum. Because this crowd, I always believe, as great as offense is, the Philly crowd reacts to defense.
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
So much.
Yeah.
So your defense makes an opening drive stop, gives the offense back the ball. Get me some damn points.
Mm-hmm.
Give me some points.
And you don't.
And you don't.
And then you force them to punt again.
It deflated.
And then you go 3 and out.
And then you go 3 and out. It deflated the whole building. The offense took it out of it. And I put a tweet out just a second ago, and I think it's just, to me, is exactly sort of summarizes how it should be. The 2024 Eagles should never lose a game when they give up 22 points.
Oh, you're absolutely right. I mean, we've said
they should never lose a game. And by the way, the amount of teams each week, and I put it in the tweet too, that give up 15 points or less going into the 2-minute warning at the end of the game, it's a handful of teams. It's 5, maybe 6. That was bad. That's really bad. That's a terrible way to lose the game.
No, it is. And, we'll talk about the NFC now, and then we'll get to the calls. That game, not that a 2-0 start ends anything. But when I talk about breathing life back in, if you're the San Francisco 49ers, who lost the game that they should not have lost to the Minnesota Vikings and got bad news about Deebo Samuel now, who's going to miss some time, they watched what happened last night and said, oh, phew, thank God we're still in it. We just have to get by a few weeks. The Eagles didn't lose that game because, look, A.J. Brown being out is a big deal. I'm not going to ignore that happening, right? But the Eagles didn't lose that game just because A.J. Brown was out. Right? Like what happened? The pass rush was horrible yesterday. The decision-making by Nick Sirianni at the end of the game was questionable and probably the wrong decision. You breathe life back into the San Francisco 49ers. You breathe back life into the LA Rams, who are 0-2, because now they're just a game back of you. They're not 2 games back you. You breathe life into the Lions and the Packers.
And you're back with the Cardinals, and you're back with the Falcons.
Yeah.
And you're back with all those other one-loss teams when you had a chance to be sitting there with Tampa and New Orleans.
And we're not going to overreact because it's week 2, but at the same time, every game freaking matters in the NFL more than any other sport. And because you lost that game last night, because you're now 1-1 instead of 2-0, because you now have a conference loss on your schedule, just like all the other teams have, you're now back on an even playing field. And you know what? Last night, you weren't putting your foot on the throats of the other NFC teams, but you know what? You knocked them down on the ground if you win that game, and you don't.
Oh, no, you did.
And now you're tied.
Well, plus it gives you grace later to lose a game.
Yes.
So, and now you're going to New Orleans and to Tampa Bay. And I'm telling you right now, you better split.
Line moved, by the way.
And now the crazy.
That's what you thought it would be.
The crazy thing is, I did say that yesterday morning, because yesterday morning the line was Eagles minus 2.5 at New Orleans, favored by 2.5. And I said, watch, the Eagles lose this game, it'll probably be a pick 'em.
Yep. And that's exactly what happened.
By the way, I don't understand that line, and I find it highly suspicious. The Eagles being a pick 'em at New Orleans, they've scored 40-some points.
Yeah.
What do you think they're going to do to this defense? That's why it tells you, even Vegas is saying, that's a weird game last night.
Yep, it was a weird game last night.
By the way, no team favored by 6 this season in 2 weeks has covered yet.
Has covered, and I think a lot of them have lost.
Yeah, I mean
the Cowboys were 6.5-point favorites. The Niners were 5.5, right around 6. They lost. I mean, it's
crazy right now.
It's been a wild start to the NFL. You can text in. You can call in 610-632-0975. Brendan, read us a text that we got, and then we'll get to the phones. And then at some point this segment, I want to play our first reaction on the Kincade and Salciunas postgame line because Haley told me that we got some rowdy people. Because, it was late at night. People were probably boozing, and obviously that game was miserable, and it's a chance for you to react right away. But what do we have on the text line, Brendan?
Yeah, it's getting lit up today. A bunch of first-time texters today. So no name on this one, but he said last night sucked. The Eagles may be 1-3 heading into the bye week. They have no pass rush to keep the Saints off the board next week. And without A.J. Brown for the next couple of weeks, how are they going to score? The offense did not look that great in the passing game last night without him.
I don't think they're going to be 1-3, but as John said, you better at least split. And be 2-2.
I mean, you better come out of that.
I don't think they're going to lose 3 straight.
By the way, you come out of that 2-2, you're in good shape.
Yeah,
you're in good shape because the schedule gets considerably easier.
Right.
But you're going to look back, and I do believe you're going to look back on this game and go,
no, we probably will.
We're playing wild card weekend instead of having a bye week or something like that. That was terrible.
Hopefully that's not the case. But if it is, it's because of this game. I mean, it's just a horrible loss to have. All right, let's go to the phones. You can text in, call in 610-632-0975. And again, coming up this segment, we'll get to the Kincade and Salciunas postgame line. But let's go to Brian in Dallas. Brian, you're on 97.5, The Fanatic.
Hey, what's up, guys?
What's up, Brian?
So I want to answer your question when I first called, and that is who do I blame most?
Yeah, that's the main topic today. Who gets the majority of the blame today?
To me, it goes with the defensive line, the pass rush. To me, John, you made some valid points about the play calling, the last play on the drop, and you're right. But I have more issues with giving up a 70-yard drive with no timeouts to Kirk Cousins than I do with Saquon dropping the ball. All your points are right, but they are 100% right.
Yeah, I just want Saquon to carry the ball there, Brian. I want him. That's what you paid him to do.
I'll say this to both of you. If you run that play again, I'm not shaking my head. I don't think the pass rush gets better. And that's what freaks me out. Like Saquon Barkley. He might make that play next time. I don't see Bryce Huff all of a sudden getting better.
Right. There's no excuse for what we did that last drive. There's no excuse. I'm talking about for defense.
Sure.
To give that up, the whole defensive scheme, the play calling, and John, I might make you mad, right? But hear me out.
Okay.
The people saying Darius Slay sucks is crazy. I agree.
Who say that Darius Slay?
When people are saying Darius Slay sucks, that I disagree with that.
Yeah.
But
no, John disagrees too.
Yeah, no. I will say this. I don't think Atlanta not throwing to him. I think that was more because of the over-aggressiveness of C.J. Gardner-Johnson and getting out of position, giving up long plays, and Reed Blankenship's lack of speed being behind receivers more than Darius Slade.
So you're saying more they chose to exploit that over.
Could be.
Yeah.
Thanks
Could
for the
be.
call,
Could
Brian.
be.
Could be.
That's
Chauncey
not a bad
Gardner-Johnson,
point.
by the way, the tackle that he made, incredible. Other than that, he did not have a good game.
No, he did not have a good game.
And the secondary, I thought the secondary ultimately played pretty well yesterday. Chauncey Gardner-Johnson did not have a good game yesterday. The play, if they win today, we're not talking about him getting beat on that touchdown pass, not being able to tackle.
I really believe that as much as we would say they eked out a win, we would be talking today about that defense having no pass rush.
Oh, yeah.
That's what we'd
we
be
would be talking
talking
about that. We would have mentioned Chauncey Gardner-Johnson.
Sure we would have. And the thing is the secondary just looks they're young, but again, they're sitting there at the 2-minute warning. They'd given up 15 points. As many yards as they gave up. And honestly, I don't give a damn about yards. I'm not a yards guy. I'm not an analytics guy.
Yep.
What's the points? Show me the points per game. That's what matters.
I was saying that yesterday in the pregame show, the bend but don't break. I know people hate hearing that term. It works. They won a Super Bowl with it.
Show me the all 22, though, and everybody will be able to get it today when the NFL releases it.
Mm-hmm.
Dallas Goedert was not, and I kept watching the Georgia Dogs, and on defense. I was watching them and waiting for them to make an impact, and watching the pass rush. And I was watching Dallas Goedert going, how the hell's Dallas Goedert not getting open? Dallas Goedert was not getting open.
No. I'm telling you.
He does not get separation.
There was a play. I hope maybe you'll find it, John. There's a play where Britton Covey, they throw it to Covey. Unless that was the play design where it was, hey, Jalen Hurts literally told the huddle, hey, this play's going to Britton. There was a play. They were going left to right, and it was at the bottom of your screen. They threw it to Covey, and Goddard walked his route. Maybe he thought there was a penalty. I don't know. I'll give the guy the benefit of the doubt because I don't think he's a guy that doesn't try hard. But on that specific play, he looked like he went through the motions as if they were at training camp. It's something to keep an eye on, man. Because remember, last year there was that moment between him and Jalen Hurts where he was clearly frustrated on the sideline.
Right.
And if I'm Dallas Goedert, and I consider myself a great tight end, I would be frustrated that I'm not looked at all that often. But as you said, there's no separation.
How about get open?
Right.
He was not. It wasn't. If I hear one person today trying to spin, well, Jalen Hurts had Dallas Goedert. He just doesn't throw it his way. He wasn't open, and I kept watching for it. The talented Brandon Lee Gell from Bleeding Green
Nation
was sitting next to me, and he's got a really good eye for the game. By the way, that was a real.
He's also 6'8", so he can see a little bit better.
He's got an excellent eye for the game and everything, and it just there was no separation.
None.
And
that's concerning, especially when you relied on him on a game like last night.
It was unbelievable.
Now I'm interested to go to this call.
Okay.
Because it's about Jalen Hurts, and I told you there was a guy yesterday. Let me find. I think his name was Lou, and I'm all about.
Hey, Lou's only number 2.
Not Lou.
Oh, it's not Big Lou.
Not Lou. Sorry, Libro Jackson.
Libro,
and
or
Lebro. Who knows? He said your venting needs to include the truth. Shouldn't have passed to Saquon, and shouldn't have thrown that interception. If it was called, don't run the play and just scramble.
And by the way, that's exactly what Troy Aikman said you're supposed to do. Troy Aikman said in that play, you roll them out, you take the yardage if Hurts can get it, and then you slide down. Unless you want to take the risk of throwing it,
which clearly
is what they did. That was what they did.
So
he didn't have to do that.
I responded. I said, "Well, what you want him to go rogue like he went last year, and that was a big problem of the beef between Hurts and Sirianni." And then he kept on sending me all these tweets about, the probability chart that changed. Yes, all that's true, but his initial statement was he should have just ignored the play call.
No, you can't do that.
You can't do that.
No, we
man.
just went through it last year.
Right, don't do that in week 2 with the new offensive coordinator.
No, that was part of the problem last year. You cannot do that again.
But Leonard in Philly wants to talk about overpaying the quarterback.
What?
What's up, Leonard?
Oh, thank you, guys. Good morning. Terrible loss. And
yep.
You actually started the conversation since yesterday about overpaying the quarterback, and it made me think.
Oh, I've been having that conversation for a year now, Leonard.
I just heard it yesterday, but it was awesome because I started thinking about other positions that we do not overpay, or we underpaid. It made me think about Hassan Reddick, right? So the pass rush, the number one, it was Sirianni's fault, and that you can even go past. It was Howie's fault for thinking that he overvalued the D-line, the pass rush, because it's non-existent. And actually, as of yesterday, my win total for the Eagles went down because when Troy Aikman talked about it on national TV, it usually is a problem. I can't stand the guy, but he's usually right. But what was the difference in salary that Hassan, with a difference of like $5 million?
Can I ask you, Leonard? Can I ask you this?
Yeah.
Hassan Reddick left.
Yes.
What did his Eagles teammates have to say about it when he left? They said nothing. They said nothing.
Yes.
They said, why do you think that is? None of them, I don't believe any one of them was like.
Yeah, there may be whispers that
there were
he
issues.
was a bit of an issue.
And now
last
he
year.
became an issue. Now he's become an issue for another team that he lied to, that he said he'd be there to play for. I don't think you're talking about a guy who is very high integrity. And his Eagles teammates let him exit here with silence, deafening silence.
That's true, but they probably also undervalue him. Granted, you have to, you haven't.
He had a contract,
but here's
he
the
had
deal.
$15 million contract.
Here's the deal, Leonard. Ultimately, and I appreciate the call,
Thank you,
man.
buddy.
And I'm glad you checked out the show yesterday. That's awesome.
We appreciate
anyone who listens to the show from day one or day today, which is what 130 something, 132, whatever it is. The problem with the quarterback thing. So it seemed like Leonard was saying they overpaid Jalen Hurts. It's not a Jalen Hurts problem. It's an NFL market problem.
By the way, they have a star they have two star wide receivers. They have a star running back. They have one of the highest paid tackles in the league, one of the highest paid guards in the league.
It's the way the market dictates.
And
it. So,
Jalen Hurts' contract has not stifled this team paying anybody.
No, and if you didn't pay Jalen Hurts, he's not here, right? It's not like you could say, "Hey, Jalen, take a team-friendly deal for us." Like that's. By the way, that's not happening. It's just the way the market dictates everything right now. That's why Trevor Lawrence, who has done nothing, has gotten paid. Justin Herbert's gotten paid. Dak Prescott has individual stats, but ultimately has done nothing with his team. He got paid.
And I love how you pointed out is that, look, bottom line is this. If Jalen Hurts is even on your first page of notes
I don't get it.
Of what you're complaining about, I got to tell you, you didn't watch the same game I did.
No, I thought he played. Am I going to say exceptional?
No, I said B+. That's a B+ game. That's a better than
week one.
That's very much so.
All right, so coming up next, I'm going to throw something by you guys. I haven't said it yet because I don't want to totally overreact, but it's fascinating, John, just how things work out. I have something on the show sheet that I want to talk about next, but we literally have a caller on the line that wants to talk about what we're talking about next.
So they saw the show sheet?
Yeah, I sent it. I sent it to her.
Oh, okay, very good.
Eve. But a question that I have for you based off of last night that I think got into a lot of people's minds, and now we just realize how important this game might be coming up Sunday against the Saints. I'll tell you exactly what we're going to be talking about next. It's Kincade and Salciunas right here, 97.5 The Fanatic.
Fanatic Sports Update.
An improbable loss. I'm Brendan Gunn, and this update is brought to you by Bet Parks. Join Seth Joyner and D Gunn for the Bet Parks pre- and post-game shows live at Parks Casino for every Birds game. Must be 21. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. The Eagles lost a heartbreaker last night on Monday Night Football to the Atlanta Falcons by a score of 22-21. With a little over a minute left, the Eagles had a 3-point lead and faced a 3rd and 3 opportunity from their own. From the Falcons side of the field, that is. With the opportunity to convert and ice the game, they decided to throw the ball. Saquon Barkley unfortunately dropped that pass, and he stopped the clock as well, leaving the Falcons enough time to drive down the field and take a 22-21 lead. When Kirk Cousins...
7:30 on Kincade and Salciunas on this Tuesday morning, a tough Tuesday morning in the Philadelphia area after losing to the Atlanta Falcons, a game that they should not have lost whatsoever, and they pee it away. You know, the Eagles just give it away. They have a chance to ice the game late. The biggest conversation piece, kind of in terms of a play, has been the 3rd and 3 decision to throw for it instead of running and continuing the clock to run, which then leads to the question of who are you blaming most for this loss. We'd love to get more reaction on that at 610-632-0975. But, Brendan, I want you to play one of our calls from last night. So we're doing something fun this season. We're doing a post-game line, the Kincade and Salciunas post-game line. We tweet out the number after a game comes to an end, whether it's a win or a loss, and we let people have the opportunity to express their joy and excitement, or in last night's case, a chance to vent
angst
and be frustrated. Let's take a listen to one of our calls on the Kincade and Salciunas post-game line.
Every player the Eagles drafted from Georgia on the team right now stinks.
Okay. I missed that. It's Chris. Chris in the Northeast. I haven't talked to that guy in forever. Okay. He's an okay guy. That's an old school Philadelphian thing.
Yeah, it's okay.
Every Georgia player stinks right now. So
I'm trying to figure out, and you know how big a defender I've been of most of them.
Yeah.
There isn't any one of them that 2 games in. You know what's crazy? I think Nakobe Dean's been the one who has shown himself.
Dude, I was just about to say.
He's the one who has shown himself to at least be tolerable.
Yeah.
Because I expect Jalen Carter to be an impact player. And I certainly expect Jalen. Right now, Jordan Davis, last night, was the worst game I've ever seen him play. I have rarely seen Jordan Davis, and it was pointed out to me last night by one of the analytics people around the Eagles, in fact, having a conversation. He's been top 10 at his position in the NFL statistically his first 2 years, but they were expecting more out of him too. Last night was a poor performance.
Yeah, and you're seeing the loss.
It was poor.
You're seeing the loss of Fletcher Cox, man. Like,
it was poor. You absolutely are.
That guy played really well last year in his send-off season. Yeah, Nakobe Dean, he did some nice things yesterday. There were a couple times where he got into the backfield when Bijan Robinson or Algier was getting a carry, and he didn't make the tackle, but then he let somebody else make the play. His only thing still is pass coverage. There was a play, Bijan dropped it. I think it was Bijan. It was a 3rd and 4, and Bijan dropped it. It would have been a first down, and it could have been a whole lot more, and he just dropped it. So pass coverage is Nakobe Dean's biggest issue right now. But I saw him make some plays yesterday.
He did.
But the rest of the guys, man.
Nakobe has been, if Nakobe is one of your big problems after 2 weeks, again, I don't know what game you're watching.
No.
But I'm not ready to anoint on 2 games that he's fixed it.
No, of course
not.
not.
I like Haley's line of the morning. She said she felt embarrassed wearing her Jordan Davis jersey last night. A pathetic waste of $15.
You love those all.
Because some young
black market
some
Eagles
young
jerseys.
Chinese kids are all knitting all of Jordan the Jordan Davis jerseys for Haley.
I mean, it's and look, Nolan Smith. I know we talked about him earlier. What does he do?
How about this? I'm going to be fair. He does nothing well yet.
Yeah,
but he
you're
does.
Right.
But
you're
he does.
Right.
But he does nothing well. And remember, at this point in his career, and I know it for a fact, this city was calling one of the greatest, Brandon Graham, a bust.
Yes, you're right.
So I'm going to pump the brakes a bit. But it is not outlandish to say that he does nothing well. Right now, nothing.
All right, I want to go to a call here.
Sure.
And there's a question that I have off of it.
She stole your search.
Yeah, she did. Let's go to Edith. What up, Miss Edith? How are you?
Hey, Andrew. Hey, John. How's everybody?
Hi, Miss Edith. How are you?
We could be better if they won last night, Edith.
Let me tell you something. I didn't sleep too good, y'all.
Neither did I.
No, I didn't sleep too good. And you know what? And all in all, like you guys are saying, the game wasn't that. I mean, we've seen worse.
Oh,
I don't want them to go back to last year and just collapse at the end of the year, and we can't do nothing. This they got to shore this up.
Do you feel both? And I want to ask both of you because it's something that Andrew wanted to ask today. So I'm going to ask both of you, Edith and Andrew. Do you feel, from what you've seen in 2 games, do you feel it's trending that way?
No.
I don't think it's trending that way. I just think that we got to get our chutzpah back. Like, I don't see no I don't see no dog in none of them dudes.
Except for Chauncey Gardner-Johnson, man.
Yeah, but Chauncey Gardner-Johnson, please.
Right. Look, he struggled, but he at least showed dog.
But why the team ain't just rallying around and trying to come out there and do what they supposed to do? I mean, they know we don't have AJ, so you're short there. And I mean, some of the stuff dropping these passes, and then you got the tackling still looks like it's suspect. And then we wait till we get down to 1 minute and 35 seconds and let that boy come down that field like Grant run through Richmond.
Hey, you should.
Crazy.
You're the best, Edith.
I was screaming.
Well, you're the best. We
Edith
appreciate the call.
knows her history.
Yes,
I like that.
He's the best. So I wanted to ask the question: if people are concerned that this could continue,
I do not think it's trending that way.
I don't think so either.
But
I don't blame anyone for getting there, dude.
I understand the people who are pissed this morning. That I totally understand it,
and that's why.
I don't think that they're out of line for being frustrated.
No, and that's why I said going into the break, the question goes into this about the level of importance for this weekend, because this weekend, and man, I thought they were going to win yesterday. I didn't think I'd have to bring it up, but they lost. It goes back to what Brian Westbrook said to our buddy Bob Cooney way back in March. They better get off to a hot start, because if they don't, there will be people that will be looking around the locker room at the players or coaches that are still here from the previous year. And, of course, the first person they look to would be the head coach. No matter what we say about how he was neutered and he lost this and he lost that, he's still making decisions during the game, like to throw the football or like to go for it on fourth down, whether to take 3 or whether to go for 6. Like, he still has those duties as the head coach of the football team. And so if they lose on Sunday to the Saints, and I know the Saints have been amazing so far to start the season, but if they lose to the Saints and they fall to 1-2, man, and then we're talking about the team that knocked you out of the playoffs the following week in the Tampa Bay Buccaneers, that Brian Westbrook quote will be, burned into my brain.
Now, I would tell you, though, is that if anybody, to me, is looking, I would suggest head on over to Haverty's or wherever, Bob's Discount Furniture. Go get some giant floor-to-ceiling mirrors and bring them in the locker room.
Yeah.
And bring them in the defensive staff meetings. And honestly, put one in front of Dallas Goedert's locker and say, before anybody points a finger, if those guys are like, let's point fingers at the remaining coaches that are left behind. Bull crap on that. Look in the mirror.
Yeah.
And say to yourself.
Well, you know how it goes.
Well, I know. It's easier to
There's always a head.
It's easier to point a finger and to try to deflect the blame. I'm telling you, Dallas Goedert, gosh, I mean, he honestly, he couldn't get separation from a 2-ply. I mean, right now, he can't.
It was bad. Let's go to Nick in South Philly. Nick, you're on 97.5 The Fanatic.
Hey, guys, what you saw last night was just a version of Rich Kotite reincarnate. That's what you saw.
Now, Andrew didn't live through that.
I didn't live through that. Trust me, I have heard the horror stories. Trust me.
Nick, tell him what you thought was Kotite-esque last night, because you and I lived that agony.
Well, last play of the game, if you think about that, you talk about you got 3rd and 3, run the ball with big.
Exactly. You're just complicating things.
You're going to be in that.
Complicating things that don't have to be complicated.
Right.
That is one of the central things in life. Simplify. You try to simplify everything you can in life, from your finances, from your romances, from your work schedule, whatever. You simplify everything you can to have the most pleasant life possible. Last night they chose to complicate their lives in a situation when easy was the call.
Yeah, and that's why this is a fascinating conversation, because the play was there. Right?
Oh, no, it was absolutely there.
The play call, I'm going to say this slowly. The play call was perfect.
No question it was. No question.
The play call may not have been smart.
It wasn't.
Both can be true.
Yes. And what was the more logical, safe thing to do?
Just
run the damn ball.
Football, yeah.
And by the way, give 2 carries to Saquon Barkley back to back. He averaged if you gave him 2 carries back to back, he's averaging 5 or 6 yards all night. I guarantee you he could have gotten you 2 or 3 yards. Guarantee it.
And we'll do it during the Monday morning radio host. Sirianni explained more. I mean, we played it earlier. Explain why he threw the football. Well, then why don't you try to run to the outside?
Or
there's
if you're telling me you were so intent on trying to get a touchdown there, then why didn't you go for it on fourth down?
Right. That's fascinating stuff.
I just can't.
We'll listen to some of his press conference coming up at 8 o'clock. Andrew DiCecco joins us at 8:10. We'll get more of your reaction coming up next on the text line, phone line, the Kincade and Salciunas postgame line. And also, we can all admit something happened last night.
Uh-oh.
I'll explain more coming up next. It's Kincade and Salciunas, 97.5 The Fanatic.
Hey, it's John Kincade from Kincade and Salciunas. Weekdays 6 to 10 a.m. here on 97.5 The Fanatic. And it's a huge week coming up as the Birds invade the Bayou to take on the New Orleans Saints. And the Phillies have a big...
Kincade Salciunas.
You made me laugh for the first time this morning. You made me laugh.
Well, John was saying...
That's surprising.
John was saying he saw Tyrese Maxey last night. He got the big ovation. They played the Sixers song. And you said you saw his girlfriend.
His lovely lady was, a very attractive lady. Seems very sweet.
And then we talked about Jalen Hurts and how he got engaged. And congratulations to Jalen Hurts on his love life. And I said to John, it makes sense. I did not know until I think Tyrone explained it on the air. Because Tyrone, I heard it through the best show ever that they got engaged. She works in AI. And I said, well, then that proves my point. Jalen Hurts is a robot.
I think that's what she is.
That's probably why they're together, because he's a robot.
Okay, let me tell you something to this, and I will tell you something.
He's got no emotion.
I'm going to tell you something a little out of school, but I'm not throwing anybody under the bus.
Okay.
Mrs. Slay ruined it.
What do you mean?
She broke the story of their engagement before they announced it.
Oh, really? Oh, come on. Can't be doing that.
She put a circled a post from Brazil where his fiance had an engagement ring on, and she circled it and responded to it and said, "Wow, they put a ring on it." Whatever. Essence magazine
ran with
was
it.
already going. No, they had already given the story, and we're going to run with it. And
are there problems in the locker room because of Darius Slay's wife, 6'1",
I was told last night, boy, that got leaked a little earlier than they had wanted to leak.
By the way,
Slay again.
I thought he had a good game except for the touchdown at the end there, but it was a great play.
By the way, it was a great. I don't have a problem. I don't even have a problem on the touchdown at the end.
I don't know. I saw a lot of people responding to one of your tweets last night, John, about how Darius Slay sucks, and I think those people are crazy. Bryce Huff, I saw Shane Haff, who does a great job.
He really does do a nice job.
Yeah, he posts a lot of footage. He does all 22 breakdowns. He posted one of the clips from yesterday. It was in the first quarter. Bryce Huff was one-on-one with a tight end. Not Kyle Pitts, one of their backup tight ends. And
Joe Bag of Donuts.
That guy had Huff locked down for 6 seconds. 6 seconds. $17 million edge rusher versus a backup tight end, and he had him one-on-one for about 5 to 6 seconds. This was one of those plays where Kirk Cousins didn't throw on his first read. He threw on his third read, and the whole time Bryce Huff could not get past a backup tight end. This guy...
we know right now he's stealing money.
Right now, the Eagles got duped.
No, they did.
Now, I don't want to say it, but I'm going to say it.
Don't remember, 2 games in, don't do this.
I know, but right now...
Base it just on... Whatever you're saying, just base it on 2 games.
Off of 2 games, I'm having a fear. How about that?
Okay,
I'm
that's
having
fine.
flashbacks.
Okay, that's fine.
I'm having flashbacks of Byron Maxwell.
No.
Okay. Was a great part of a great defense. He was on that Seattle defense.
Yes.
And the Eagles paid him.
They did.
Right? Great player on a great defense.
Gone by the time he got here.
Bryce Huff was a great player on a great defense. There's no hot take when I say he was not a full-time player with the New York Jets. That's fact. It's statistically accurate.
And he was a garbage time player.
So they paid him based off of what he did with New York. Now, I did not rip the signing by any means. I didn't know enough to give an educated answer on Bryce Huff. They may have been duped. We'll see. I'm not going to say this is who he is. I'm not going to say he is Byron Maxwell, but remember, Byron Maxwell, great player on a great defense, comes here as a focal point of a defense and was bad.
I don't think you said anything there that's shocking or bad.
I'll say hopefully Bryce Huff isn't that.
Let's hope he isn't.
Let's hope he isn't. By the way, I said going into the break, we can all admit that something happened. Chauncey Gardner-Johnson 100% took his helmet off.
Yeah, but no. Yeah, here's where I'm going to get you, though. Okay. And they showed it on the big screen.
It was coming off.
Screen. It was coming off. So the minute that it's, and as it was explained.
Rules are rules, yeah.
The minute that it's coming off, it's off.
Okay.
The minute that
Fair.
The minute he did not disengage his helmet.
No, the helmet was coming, but
it was coming.
Then,
no, he did.
As a celebration.
But it was
off.
But it was already disengaged by his own his own teammate hitting him.
That is correct.
So by definition, he could not be
penalized.
He cannot be penalized because the minute it comes loose, you're allowed to take it off, put it back on again, fix it, whatever.
But he didn't do that.
I
to
agree
fix
with you.
it.
No,
He
I
did
get
that.
it. But the thing is,
I'm him.
But
That's
the thing
what
is,
he did last night.
But he knew the rule. I think he knew the rule that you can't. Well, once it's disengaged, it's
and that's why he ran back to the ref and said, "I didn't take it off. I didn't take it off."
And he didn't. And you could see it on the jumbotron.
Yes, you can.
He absolutely did not.
Yep.
Do that.
All right. Let's go to Lenny in New Jersey. Lenny, you're on 97.5 The Fanatic.
Good morning, gentlemen, and how are we today?
What's up, Lenny? How have you been, man?
I'm doing real well. As the way I look at this game, our quarterback says it pretty much. He has a rubber stamp answer. This is a learning experience. We're going to learn from this, and we're going to be better for this because we learn and we're learning from it. And I hope they learn. You brought out my point. I think the definition of the game was a guy making a 48-yard extra point to win it. That was a big moment for me.
I said that to John before the show. I said, how about the balls on Young Wei Koo? I mean, that was a big kick.
That was really big.
Exactly. I really did. I thought he would miss it, and I actually thought the game was going to go into overtime. But once again, this is a learning experience. We're going to learn from it, and we're going to get better.
Yeah, but what else do you want him to say? You know what I mean?
No, but the thing is, don't say nothing.
I like Lenny, though. Lenny, I got to tell you, I admire your calmness about it. And honestly, it shocks me a little bit how everybody's being very calm today. Like, for the most part, most of our listeners, it hasn't been as over the top as I expected.
Well, I think it's one of those, and Lenny, thanks for the call, brother.
Thank you, buddy.
I do wonder if it's a stage of grief. I wonder if tomorrow, like we do our second opinion segment, normally on Tuesdays, but the game happened last night, so we'll be doing it tomorrow. I wonder if tomorrow there's a little bit more, anger.
See, I'm going to tell you this, is that
it's a sleepy day in Philadelphia today.
At least with me, I know that tomorrow I will not feel worse than I feel today. Like, I will definitely not feel worse tomorrow.
Don't worry, I'll find something to get pissed off about.
Now, if they were 5-6 after 11 games,
right,
all bets are off. But I've learned to not overreact as much because I've overreacted in my life and made knee-jerk reactions to things. And they've come back, and I felt so stupid. So I'm not doing it this time around.
I hear you. All right, coming up next, we do our Monday morning radio host. It's obviously a Tuesday morning, but we do our Monday morning radio host, which is our way. We don't want to be Monday morning quarterbacks here, but we know how to talk, John. That's what we do for a living.
We do.
So we can break down Nick Sirianni, some clips from his press conference, what we agree, what we disagree with, what Nick Sirianni had to say after the game last night. And then Andrew DeCecco will do his check-in coming up at 8:10 and give his incredible analysis on an unfortunate game for the Eagles last night. That comes your way in a big 8 o'clock segment right here on 97.5 The Fanatic.
Fanatic. Softy.
8:01 on Kincade Salciunas, 97.5 The Fanatic. I forgot to do this over the last couple of days. I hope you have a safe trip into work today. Don't grip the steering wheel too tight. I don't blame you if you do after a loss like last night, but try not to have road rage while you're driving around to work because the Eagles made us all miserable today.
Yeah, the road rage would be the road rage would actually be last night trying to leave that stadium.
I'm sure, man. And that the way, dude, I love the complex down there. It sucks leaving any of those buildings. And after a loss, sitting in that kind of traffic, and everybody's trying to edge their way out, and you hear the honking.
I'm going to tell you this, is that as much as I know the Sixers want a new stadium and and then the people at Comcast Spectacor want to build a new arena potentially, instead of that first, could we work a system where we learn where we have exit and entrance procedures that make it easier for people just to attend games?
Please.
And more importantly, the number one thing that I would do, the number one thing, I'll solve it for them. You have a bridges over the streets.
Yeah, I know that's part of the design.
Yeah, but okay. Why are we waiting for that then? Why are we waiting? Why can't that be done?
Because there's a team in town that needs to figure out what they're doing.
Bridges over the streets, please.
All right. It is a Tuesday. Normally we do this on Monday, but because the Eagles played last night, it is time now for the Tuesday edition of the Monday Morning Quarterback.
Now, the Monday Morning Radio host on 97.5 The Fanatic and 97.5thefanatic.com.
Monday Morning Radio host.
Well, we think we're quarterbacks. We think we can make all the calls and all the decisions.
Yes. So the Monday Morning Radio host is our chance, because we might not be able to break down quarterback play like a Peter King, but we can break down press conferences better than anybody else. Here's Nick Sirianni last night following the game talking about the Falcons just making more plays.
They made a couple more plays than we did down the stretch. We made some plays. They made more. That's on all of us. That starts with coaching and goes to the to the players. We're all responsible for the loss. That's how close games are in this league, right? To 22-21. Sometimes it just comes down to a couple plays, but it's never just one play. It's never just that play, because all the plays equal up to the win or to the loss.
So I know you had a bit of an exception to that answer, but I do understand what he's saying.
No, I understand what Nick is saying there, but again, I don't know if anybody ever studies risk management or study. I don't know if they teach that.
I barely
school.
study journalism.
Okay, if people study that. That was completely unnecessary risk last night.
Correct.
Dylan McKinnon was just talking to me on social media. I totally get the people who say, well, if he catches the ball, it's a great play. Of course it is.
Yeah.
Nobody's arguing that. But it was an unnecessary play.
Well, and there are people that are pro-aggressive play calling.
It is. The thing is, though, when you're passing in that situation, you open the door for things not to be good and not to work. And they didn't work there.
Yeah.
If you run the ball, greater than 97% chance to win the game by own NFL analytics, and let's say you make it 4th and 1. You could just run the ball and you could close the game out there if you want to be aggressive.
And then worst case scenario on the handoff, other than a turnover, because the worst case scenario on the throw could also be a turnover. Other than turnover, the worst case scenario is, all right, he gets tackled for a loss or at the line of scrimmage and the clock runs. Or the Falcons burn their final timeout and now they have nothing left for their drive that they go down the field with.
That's all you needed to do.
All right, here's Nick Sirianni talking about the lack of the pass rush.
We'll obviously look at this game and see what happened. I think sometimes you have to earn the right to rush, meaning you got to have them in passing situations. It didn't seem like we had some passing situations today. They were in 3rd and manageable or 2nd and manageable. So sometimes you got to earn the right to rush. And like I said, when they're ahead of the sticks, that makes it a little bit harder on the pass rush. So we'll look at the tape of this game, and we'll see what happens.
I get what he's saying. They couldn't pin their ears back yesterday, especially because of how well they ran the football. But you know what? It's not just pass rush. I know I say pass rush because that's the easy term. It's straight up defensive line play, John, because Bryce Huff isn't getting anything when they're running the football either. I saw that man getting bullied. I saw Nolan Smith, when he would fill in for Bryce Huff, get bullied, either pancaked, pushed 5 yards back. They had absolutely no leverage. They got no push at the line of scrimmage. And then when they did have the opportunity to try to rush the passer, they had no moves. Nothing. They had no speed off the edge. They had no push, no bull rush, nothing. It's two slender dudes that aren't quick enough to get past the tackles.
You're getting very animated there. You're absolutely
because
correct.
that was my biggest concern coming into the season.
You did, and the thing is, if you were that animated this morning, just a couple games in, and you hadn't said it all summer, I'd be on your backside.
But I've been saying it since June.
You have been, and it was your biggest fear. And honestly, I think for a lot of our listeners, it was their biggest fear.
All right, here he is talking about the quarterback and how he played a great game, but there was an area where they struggled.
Some of his big runs came on scrambles, and there was a couple that were on called runs, and I thought, obviously anytime an interception happens, you're going to want that back. But I thought, I looked up at the scoreboard at one point, he was 20 of 25, making a lot of plays for our team, both in the run game and the pass game. I thought he really played an outstanding game. Again, we'll all have things that we want back. I think the biggest issue on offense, we weren't good enough in the red zone, but Jalen did a lot of things to help us to be in that football game and have a chance to win that football game. He played a really good game. Obviously the last play didn't go as we wanted.
I have no issues with Nick Sirianni.
That whole answer was great. Hurts played a great game yesterday, but you got to finish the drives.
Yeah, you got to do that.
And that's a him thing. Him by Jalen Hurts. That's Kellen Moore. That's multiple things. That's Nick Sirianni deciding to throw the football on 3rd and 3 instead of running the football on 3rd and 3.
And I'm going to go back to not taking the field goal in the second. By the way, I was running the Fanatics X account.
Yes.
And I said it. Before they kicked it, they called the timeout. I said, I would take, but they didn't kick it. I said, I would take the points here.
Yep.
I would reward say to the defense, we just put 3 points on the board here. Now you get your second shot on defense. Let's see what you can do. Give them a little confidence and breathing room. That last drive would have meant nothing.
Yeah.
They could have kicked a field goal to go up 9 and win the game.
Now, I'll tell you right now, later on the show, we're going to dive deeper into 2 of the clips that we played during the segment. The pass rush clip and this one. Here he is talking about the 3rd and 3.
Well, sometimes, you can't just be every time it's 3rd and 3, say you're going to run it, right? You got to teams obviously pick up on that. If you're every time you're 3rd and 3, you're going to run it. Every time you're and set yourself up for 4th down. So sometimes you got to throw quick. Sometimes you got to run it. Sometimes you got to set yourself up. Sometimes you have 2 opportunities to get it on 3rd and 3 with 2 passes. Sometimes you have the opportunities to get it with runs. So again, we can't just be so predictable that we're going to say, hey, every 3rd and 3, if you're in 4-down mode, that you're going to run the football. That's just not realistic in this league. There's too many good coaches in this league. Hey, it didn't work in this particular one, and I'd like to have those back.
Here's my problem, and we'll expand on this more coming up, John. I get not wanting to be predictable, but when you're winning the battle up front, I don't give a damn if you tell the defense what you're running. Is the tush-push not the most predictable play in the NFL right now?
Absolutely predictable.
Do they do it successfully, especially last night?
They did.
Does Nick Sirianni say, I don't want to be too predictable with the tush-push?
No, in fact, he's incredibly predictable.
Sometimes the defense may know what's coming, but if your offensive line and your running back are better than your defense, the other team's defensive line and linebackers, then what does it matter? All right, that's the Monday morning radio host on
even on
Kincade
Tuesday
Salciunas,
morning.
Even on a Tuesday morning. Tomorrow we'll do our second opinion, normally on Tuesdays, but we'll be doing that tomorrow because the game happened on Monday. And that's why we are now joined on the Comcast Business Hotline, where every day business is a big day. Let Comcast Business help you move forward with what's next. He joins us for an hour on game day or the Friday leading up to a game, like he will this Friday leading up to the Eagles-Saints. And then he joins us the day after a game. And man, was it a game. From inside the Birds at 97.5, the Fanatic, Andrew DeCecco joins us. Andrew, good morning. How are you?
Hey, good morning, fellas. How are you?
I'm glad you sound rested. You sound fired up. You sound ready to go because you are a football guy and because you are a journalist and not an Eagles fan. You're ready to go. Would love to just start off by opening the floor to you. Give us some of your overall reaction to last night's loss for the Eagles.
Well, first and foremost, guys, I like that play call on 3rd and 3 to throw the ball to Saquon Barkley. It's a high percentage play. Catch the ball and make the play, and we're not even having this conversation. The pass was where it needed to be. Saquon needed to be able to kind of seal the deal there. I did not like the field goal, however,
right
on that 4th and 3 from that ended up being the 28-yard field goal. I think if you're going to be as aggressive as you were in that first half, and this kind of ties into my big picture takeaways, guys, you have to sort of find your identity if you're Nick Sirianni, because you saw a more cautious approach there, and then early on that 4th and 4 from the Atlanta 9, that incompletion of Dallas Goedert in the first quarter, you kick you're aggressive in that situation. So to me, I think that you see the Jekyll and Hyde from Sirianni in that game there. But overall, I thought Jalen Hurts played a solid game. He got out of the pocket a little bit more than you probably would like for him to see, but I thought he made the necessary plays to put the offense in position. 85 yards on 13 carries and that touchdown. I thought he was good enough. Did not like what I saw from the defense in terms of run defense. A lot of four-man fronts. I have to go back and watch the game again. I always watch it at least a couple times. But I wasn't overly enthused with the Eagles' run fits in this one.
Andrew, I got to tell you that I've had football coaches tell me before that when a quarterback, we'll say, Jalen Hurts was holding on to the ball too long. And I've had football coaches say to me, John, usually that's because of the fact that the defensive coordinator is winning the battle versus the offensive coordinator. Mm-hmm. Do you believe in that philosophy? That's usually the case?
Well, it isn't not always, John, but last night it was. He was patting the football, holding on to it, waiting for guys to uncover. You didn't see that from Dallas Goedert. You did not see that from Jahan Dotson. It was mostly Devontae Smith winning his matchups, and they were peppering Britton Covey with targets. But I think a lot of the byproduct this time for Jalen holding on to the ball as much as he was is simply because a lot of his playmakers weren't uncovering.
Andrew, so you said you liked the 3rd and 3 play call. Look, it's been a fascinating conversation all day long because it ended up looking like it would have worked. But what John and I have talked about a lot today is the risk reward, and is that risk too high that if it's intercepted or if it's incomplete and the clock stops and now Atlanta has an extra timeout, should that go into the thought process for a Nick Sirianni or for anybody that's agreeing with the play call overall?
Yeah, it should, and you could also hand the ball off to Saquon. I think you want to put the ball in the hands of your best playmaker, but I would also say that he was wide open. These are moments why he's here. You pay him for these moments, and the ball hit your hands, catch the football.
Right, no, I'm not disagreeing. Like, look, the play call was John and I have talked about the play call was drawn up to perfection, but there's the risk of the incomplete pass, which changes basically everything.
And the NFL's own statistical numbers, which they used on ESPN or otherwise, it's at 97.3% probability win of that game if they run the ball on that 3rd down play.
Yeah, no, it's a fair conversation to have, but like I said, I was not for that 4th and 3,
right.
that 28-yard Elliott field goal. I thought that kind of went against everything that we've seen previously in that game leading up to that moment. I thought that was the time to be aggressive, run the football, probably with Jalen Hurts. But I mean, that play call there, I thought it was schemed up well. You have
it looked beautiful
and put that game away, and the Eagles did not do that. The play call was good. The player failed.
I'm a little disgusted this morning with the play of the Georgia Bulldog players. Would you consider that a little too feisty, or do you think it's pretty justified?
No, I'm with you, John. And to kind of put it into perspective, there was one play off the top of my head. It was the Milton Williams sack. I didn't even see the sack because I watched Bijan Robinson chip Nolan Smith to the point where Nolan fell on his backside.
I saw that, dude. He flew.
Yeah, and
it was like a cartoon.
You just don't. You heard the crowd make a noise on that play because they saw that. You don't necessarily usually see a running back put an edge rusher on their backside, but nevertheless, that's what we have here, guys. I didn't see a lot of push from Nolan and really Jalen Carter, who had been so dominant this summer, guys. Being able to win all of his matchups, be disruptive, get in the backfield, even if he wasn't making the play and stopping the running back, he was affecting quarterbacks and moving them off their spot. You're not seeing that very early, but I thought that Kobe Dean did okay. Obviously, teams are always going to look to isolate him in coverage each week, but I thought he was where he needed to be more often than not. You like the attitude. I think he's trying to bring a tenacious attitude to the defense, and he's somebody that I think is going to have to take on more of a leadership role to make sure that things don't come unraveled here.
Curious to get your reaction to this. I said this to John, and it's a fear of mine through 2 weeks. It's not my belief, and I did not know enough of him to have this answer when the Eagles first signed him. But I had a fear about Bryce Huff last night, Andrew. Byron Maxwell. Good player on a great defense. benefited for playing from a great defense, got paid for playing on a great defense, and to his credit, playing well on that defense. Then comes here, supposed to be a big part of the defense, and clearly we saw that he was better with Seattle than with Philadelphia. It's just a fear of mine. I'm not saying that's the case, but what's your reaction to that?
Well, if you can recall to some of the conversations you, John, and I have had going into the season, it was like I was like, guys, I wouldn't be as concerned with the linebackers. It's the pass rush that really should be at the front of mind here.
Oh, yeah.
And we all outlined the reasons why. And solely at the forefront of it all was Bryce Huff. I think, to me, you see the 3 years of production that he had. It was 7.5 sacks combined. Then you see the breakout season last year. I think his ability is somewhere in the middle, but I don't think he's a $51 million player. The Eagles are swinging the bat in the belief that they have an ascending player. Two weeks in, not promising. The returns aren't great. He's not getting off blocks. He's not making plays. He doesn't have any tackles through 2 games. But it is a legitimate concern when you're signing a player, guys, who hasn't filled in a full-time capacity, and you're asking him to be the headliner for your pass rush, which, by the way, lost to Son Reddick, who was remarkably productive for 2 seasons. Right now, you have every reason to be concerned. Going into you and I, when we spoke yesterday, we said, if you don't get any pass rush on Monday night, we're having a totally different conversation on Tuesday, and here we are.
Mm-hmm. Andrew, you don't do gambling as far as discussions on the show many times, but I have to ask you something. Right. The Eagles are a pick'em at New Orleans this weekend, as we wake up this morning. Right after that effort last night, and after what we've seen in New Orleans for 2 weeks, what does that say to you? Does it say that Vegas knows something we don't know? Maybe the league looks at the Eagles and says they're much better than we saw last night?
That's interesting to me because, and yesterday I believe I mentioned that I don't think the Saints are as good as they showed,
right?
And I also don't think the Eagles are that their forecast is as bleak as what it looked like last night. I think, and you could see the somberness you could hear the somberness in the locker room. This isn't lost on anyone there. I believe it. Yes, it's early in the season, but sometimes a loss like this puts things into perspective. It allows you to hit that reset button and figure out what you guys need to, what they need to do to get things headed in the right direction. They know they're well aware of what the Saints just did to their division rival, the Dallas Cowboys. I don't think they're going to go into this game taking them lightly, and I feel like it's going to be a statement game for them. They have something to prove.
Hopefully it is, Andrew. We appreciate it, man. It's been a fun week already. We talked to you for an hour yesterday. I talked to you for more because I had you on the pregame show. We talked to you now, and then we'll talk to you again on Friday for the entire 8 o'clock hour. We appreciate you, everything that you do for this show, man.
Thank you, buddy. You too, guys. Have a great day.
There he is. Andrew Pacheco on the Comcast Business Hotline does a tremendous job.
One of the most well-dressed men in the press box last night, too. I'd say Jeff McClain right with him. Zach Berman looking sharp.
Always.
So Andrew Pacheco, glad to have him on our team.
All right, coming up next, we get to more of your reaction because that was a busy segment. We did the Monday morning radio host. We had Andrew Pacheco. So we get to your calls, your texts, and maybe we check out the Kincade Salciunas postgame line, which apparently was busy last night. And enthusiastic.
Was there a breathalyzer attached to these?
No, you're allowed to just go for it, baby. It's Kincade and Salciunas, 97.5, The Fanatic.
Fanatic Sports Update.
on this miserable Tuesday morning, reacting to an Eagles game. Like you said, John, it seems like a lot of people are calm. I wonder how tomorrow goes, though. I wonder if this is one of those stages of grief where people are kind of calm right now, but then the anger comes out tomorrow once they think about it more. I'm curious.
See, now for me, I guarantee you that tomorrow I will feel better than I feel today. It's just whether it's my stages of grief with a loss, but again, if it was November and we were talking about a loss like that, it would bother me much more.
Hey, maybe you want to get back to the link sooner rather than later. How about Temple Tuesdays, John? We have...
That'll put a smile on your face.
5 4-packs of Temple tickets to give away today. Call number 1 to the contest line. Whoever wants a 4-pack of Temple tickets, call 215-263-0975. How about this? First 2 callers to the contest line that want a 4-pack to see Temple battle Utah State, I'll let you have it. 215-263-0975. Temple football battles Utah State this Saturday at 2 o'clock at Lincoln Financial Fields. Kids 8th grade and younger could score a touchdown on the field after the game, so that's actually pretty cool.
I actually want them to recruit a few of them.
You go to the game, you bring...
Look, I'm an Al. I'm allowed to make a few jokes.
I'm still paying.
Look, I'm an Al fan.
Sally Mae's still getting this paycheck. So, yeah, I'm allowed to have some input, too. They asking me for the Temple Tough Fund. I got to pay Sally Mae first. Visit alistix.com and, enjoy yourself. But they'll allow kids 8th grade and younger to score a touchdown on the field after the game. That's pretty cool. So the first 2 on the contest line, 215-263-0975. We have 5 total to give away today.
Even the 8th grade quarterbacks, though, will understand that it's better to run it, though, if you have to get 3 yards and the other team has no timeout.
So it's interesting. We had Andrew on, and Andrew was pro play call. I saw Zach Berman on Twitter, pro play call.
My buddy
Jimmy
Kerr.
Kemsky, pro play call.
Yep.
The play call was there.
Nobody's arguing that the play call was a great call that could have worked. But the thing is, it was unnecessary.
Right.
It was unnecessary.
Because if you make Atlanta burn the timeout, bottom line is it's probably 4th and 2.
Risk reward, it wasn't the juice wasn't worth the squeeze.
Yeah.
Period.
Unless
That's
it. And you said this, so we haven't talked about this that much today. And we'll get to texts and calls and Kincade and Salciunas postgame line. You can always chime in at 610-632-0975. If the mindset was to score a touchdown, which let's face it, what yard line were they on? The 3-yard line? On the third and 3
on the 10.
It was on the 10?
You mean at the
it was at the Atlanta 10. Thank you.
Atlanta 10.
Yeah. If the idea was to try to score a touchdown in that situation,
that it was necessary to get a touchdown,
which he kind of talked about. If that was the case, then
why don't you go for it on 4th down?
Right, and they kick a field goal.
It doesn't. You're talking the talk, but you're not walking the walk.
And what Andrew said, the Jekyll and Hyde nature of Nick Sirianni right now. I go back to the Super Bowl when this all started. Remember, he was very aggressive in 2021 and throughout the regular season in 2022 and didn't necessarily need to be aggressive in the first 2 rounds of the playoffs because they were beating the doors off of the Giants and the 49ers. But in the Super Bowl, man, he went against his aggressive nature. And we saw him punt and we saw him kick field goals in situations when he would have gone for it or gone for a touchdown. We saw that all during the regular season. He went against his belief in the Super Bowl. Last year, we saw it time and time again where times he would go for it, he didn't. And then times we would go, maybe you shouldn't go for it here, he would. You saw that again last night, man. It almost seems like he's questioning himself.
I expect the one thing I say to you is that it's one of the pleasures of working with you guys every day. Our entire team. Everybody comes in the same way every day.
Yes.
It drives me crazy when you have to do the, are you feeling good today? You don't seem yourself. Right. I hate that about people.
Right.
When people do that. To me, I get no consistency out of what Nick Sirianni does or his approach to things. There's no consistency.
And it's been ever since the Super Bowl. Leading up to the Super Bowl, he was not Riverboat Doug to the same level, but
he was aggressive. And then now, I don't get his explanations aren't even consistent.
And John,
and that drives me crazy.
If the 3rd and 3 play call yesterday if he was doing that all game, you go, all right, well, that's what he's been doing all game.
Exactly.
But he's going back and forth. He doesn't have one consistent identity right now. Is he aggressive? Or is he trying to be passive?
Now,
is he trying to be safe? The 3rd and 3 was not a safe play call, but then the field goal was a safe play call.
All the people who tell me that they love this play call on 3rd and 3, with the Falcons with no timeouts, that think that it was brilliant. It was a great call.
Well,
when you just run the
right?
No, it would have been, that was it. No, they had no timeouts. Falcons had no timeouts. You could have run the clock down to a minute, less than a minute. And all the people who think this is a great call, do you also agree that it was a great call on the 4th and 3 when they went for it earlier in the game and didn't kick the chip shot field goal?
Right.
Because if you had just taken those 3 points, you would have been sitting there saying, run the ball on 3rd down with no time, kick the field goal, go up 9, game over. So if you're so into the aggressiveness, then you got to own the fact that the game was part of it was given away by not taking the 3 points in the first quarter.
Yeah.
When you had your opportunity. It's like this Billy Big Balls routine. I don't.
But he's not Billy Big Balls.
No, it's sometimes.
One time the left ball is hanging, the other.
Right. It's sometimes. Sometimes he's not.
It's not.
Yes.
it happens.
I don't get it.
We're all men here. It happens.
I don't get it.
Like there's some days where they're not hanging.
I don't get it. I just don't. I don't understand it. And he doesn't explain it well.
No, he doesn't because he's given 2 different answers.
Oh my gosh.
All right, let's go to VT Ron, and then we'll get to. I want to play another call from our Kincade Salciunas postgame line, and then I got to admit something to you guys that I did this morning. I'll tell you about that later on. Let's go to VT Ron. Ronnie, good morning, man.
It's not a good morning. And look, I'm one of the guys that's still pissed off about this whole thing. First of all, in my head, I keep hearing, do you like that? Do you like that?
Yeah,
and we should.
I'm hearing that the whole time. When he's going down the field with a minute to go. My goodness, I am not happy at all. Secondly, why do you get Saquon Barkley? To carry the rock, not to catch it, to carry it. You got a 3rd down, and you got 3 yards to go. Even if he gets 2 yards, you do the tush-push, game over.
Yep.
And Ron, you talk about him being brought here to be a running back. That's what he was brought here to do. He is the number 1 running back since 2021 in drops. So in the biggest time of game, you have to understand it's not his skill set.
Well, his skill set is running the ball.
Yes, run the damn ball.
Yards. My goodness. It doesn't take a genius to do that. You know what happens? And Sirianni does this, and I wish they'd fired him last year, but they didn't. Sirianni has no clue as to the tempo of the game. If the tempo of the game is your running back, your star running back that you paid a lot of money for, can gain 2, 3, 4 yards on a carry, game's over.
It's incredible.
Yeah, and Ronnie, to that point, thanks for the call, man. I appreciate the energy there.
God, it was terrible.
It's not like he was getting stopped at the line of scrimmage his last 8 carries. So here are the last 2 drives for the Eagles, except for the interception from Jalen Hurts, right? There was a 4-yard run from Saquon Barkley.
Okay, so he had 2 chances to get 3 yards.
Yes. 4-yard run. 9-yard run. 8-yard run that was called back, offensive holding on Johnny Wilson.
Go on.
And then a 1-yard run by Saquon Barkley.
Okay, so if you combine any 2 run opportunities, the worst he walked away with was what, 8 yards?
Yeah. And then the last drive,
in
which the 3rd and 3 play call happened. 11-yard run. 11-yard run. Dickerson penalty, so that comes back.
But he's still an 11-yard run. It wasn't his fault.
Yep. Loss of 1 on the second play from that drive. So there's your loss of a run. But how about a 9-yard run?
Oh, so then he's a positive 8.
How about a 4-yard run?
He's a positive 4.
How about a 3-yard run?
This is what the people who are arguing that it was smart to throw the football are ignoring. The actual game that they watched. The actual game you just watched. You don't realize they cannot stop Saquon Barkley running the ball. So let's do what Saquon Barkley is not good at. In fact, he is the worst of all running backs. 4 seasons of data that you got to know. This guy is not a good pass catcher. He has not been one of the best. He's been the worst, in fact. Most drops in the NFL. So instead of doing what works, first quarter, second quarter, third quarter, Fourth quarter, with the game on the line, you say, no, you know what would be better and smarter? If we asked him to do something that he's not good at. It's stupid. Go ask me to change your oil in the parking lot today. Go ask me to do something that I'm not good at. It's so dumb. But people will be dug in on their heels and just try to defend something that is indefensible.
All right, you heard that. You heard that anger out of John Kincade.
Man,
I wonder.
That's as pissed as I've been today.
I wonder what the Kincade and Salciunas postgame line sounded like last night. We'll play you a clip coming up next. We didn't hear these. Only Brendan heard these, and Haley have heard these. So we'll play the next one to start the next segment. And I have to admit something to you guys that I did hear this morning before anybody else was here. And I'm talking about football, okay? It's Kincade and Salciunas, 97.5 The Fanatic.
Now, a Birds Insider update on 97.5 The Fanatic and 97.5 The Fanatic.
you about something dirty I did before the show today, before anybody else was here, until I found out Ray Dunn was sleeping overnight.
Something dirty you did?
I was doing something dirty before the show. I'll tell you about that in a couple minutes.
Oh, jeez. I don't think I want to hear any of that.
I told you it was football related.
Oh, okay. That's good to hear.
Brendan, play us one of our calls from the Kincade and Salciunas postgame show. Again, we'll tweet these numbers out after every game because I know people aren't going to save the number. The number is 610-771-9759 if you're interested in saving it. We'll tweet it out at the end of every single game this season. But this is one of our calls from the Kincade and Salciunas postgame line.
Man, I'm just irritated. This is Spencer from Chester. I'm just so irritated. You know what? The D-line play like trash. The defense play like Swiss cheese. But when it all boils down, if you just run the ball, why are you passing in that position? Run the clock out. Run the ball. Eat the clock. They probably don't make it down the field. Like, what are you doing? And you know what? I can't even get my thoughts. I'm just so annoyed and irritated because they're giving away games that are ultimately going to hurt them when it comes to seeding because they are clearly not playing like one of the top teams in the NFC. And they get off to a slow start and get behind the 8 ball. This is not going to look good. This is not going to look good at all. I'm not liking this. They need to fix it and fix it fast because 1 and 2 is looking real likely next week. I'm over this.
Yep, very well said. And I
like the growl at the end.
And I totally get you got to fix it fast. I mentioned the Brian Westbrook quote from back in March where they better get off to a hot start. And I know you're right when you say they should look in the mirror before they point their fingers. But you know how it is.
Well, there are 32 teams in the NFL that played this weekend.
Mm-hmm.
Only 7 defenses.
I thought you were about to tell me 16 of them lost.
No, only 7 defenses had let up less points at the 2-minute warning than the Eagles did.
Yeah.
So when I hear the defense was Swiss cheese. Okay. It was ugly. Yardage-wise, it was
bad.
Pass rush was terrible. It was ugly yardage. Only 7 teams gave up less points before the 2-minute warning of that game than the Eagles had. So they were in the top 25% of the NFL at that point. And they, by their own stupidity, let the Falcons get points at the end because they gave them the ball back with a chance to win the game.
Yep. It was not fun. Now, I'll tell you.
By the way, see, I'm really impressed, though, with the, Gunnar, you listen to all of them. I'm really impressed with the call-in line. Like people are... I expected, I told Andrew this morning, I thought we were going to have Venom today.
Oh, we might. Do we have any with Venom?
No, but I thought we were going to have more Venom all day. I think our callers have been very...
Ronnie was the angriest one.
No, people have been upset, but I think it's been pretty good. And each of us has had our Venom moments.
There's a couple with Venom in there for sure. I was saving them for the end. You know what I mean? I wanted to get the rational
Give us a Venom one. I want to hear a Venom one. Take a look. Do you know which ones are which, or do you need to listen to them first? Because I can tell you what the dirty work I did this morning first.
I got one labeled. I never want to see the Eagles play again. So.
Okay, let's hear it. Let's hear it. That's the purpose of this line, to vent your frustrations if it's a loss.
Yeah, this is Colin in Huntington Valley, and I have no voice left because I left it all on the field tonight. But the Eagles did not. And walking from the stadium to where my car was at was the most depressing thing I've ever had to witness, maybe ever. Please take the points when you're inside the 10-yard line. Landon Dickerson, please stop holding. Saquon Barkley, please hold on to the football when it's thrown right in your breadbasket. And please do not lose to a trash team who has a quarterback that cannot walk, let alone run. And the fact that we only got 1 sack tonight was an absolute disgrace. The front four needs to step up. The entire team needs to be better. I do not want to overreact, but tonight was absolutely a punch in the gut to everybody who was there on what was supposed to be a hype home opening night game. This sucks.
That was a great call.
No, that was a great call.
That was a great call.
And I think it summarizes what a lot of people are
And look, he's angry. He's just not screaming. You know why? That dude's deflated.
I'm telling you, he talked about the walk to the parking lot.
Yeah, as you mentioned.
I'm telling you, it was quiet last night. It was I expected to hear more anger. It was more people shuffling along, pissed off, and quiet.
Yeah.
And indifference to things within a fan base is a dangerous thing.
It is. It's
very
definitely dangerous. All right, so I was a dirty boy.
What were you doing dirty? I know it took you a long time in the bathroom. What was that?
I was looking up free agent edge rushers. And
Would you stop? Would you stop it? Yeah, you were dirty.
Dude, they were so bad last night. I'm looking up who's available, and I see Yannick Ngakoue. And I go, I was interested in him a couple of years ago.
How many times have you seen the Eagles go and get one of these guys
they don't
off
work.
the shelf?
They don't work.
They're like the stuff at the dollar store.
I know, dude. I know. I can't help myself.
It really isn't laundry detergent. You think you're buying the name brand. It's a knockoff stuff.
Who the hell is Shaka Tony?
Shaka Tony?
He was all to sign him.
Shaka
He's
Tony?
only 26. Bruce Irvin's 90. He's still available.
I bet he's available.
He played for the Dolphins last year. He knows Vic's scheme. God, that's how bad it was last night that I'm looking at free agent wide defensive ends.
Oh, you're grasping at straws.
All right, I told you I was a dirty boy. All right, coming up next. We did the Monday morning radio host earlier today.
On Tuesday.
On a Tuesday. There's two clips that I want to expand on that I circled emphatically because we need to talk about it, what Nick Sirianni said to the media yesterday, and we'll get to more of your calls and texts at 610-632-0975. But these two clips that I really want to focus on coming your way next. It's Kincade and Salciunas, 97.5, The Fanatic.
Fanatic Sports Update.
on this Tuesday morning here on 97.5 The Fanatic on a day that I never was looking forward to, John. A day after an Eagles loss. This is the first time of Kincade and Salciunas where we have a day. First off, it's our first day after show because the Eagles played Friday, week 1, so we weren't on the air until Monday. And so this is our first day after show, and it's after a loss. It's a day I was not looking forward to by any means. No, not at all. Mike Missanelli show coming your way at 10 o'clock with Bill Colarulo and Ray Dunn. I wonder what Billy Sirianni has to say.
I'm sure he's
about the decision on the third.
I just ask every one of these that it was a smart play call, that it was a great play call.
There he is. Billy Sirianni has arrived.
I ask them all, if you watched the game, which we all did, the smart play was to go to Saquon Barkley and let him run the ball, which is what you brought him here to do, because all night long they couldn't stop him. They could not stop him. You cannot find me 2 consecutive carries where he didn't account for considerable more yardage than the 3 that they needed. Mm-hmm. But instead, you're going to ask a guy to do something that he's the worst at in all of football, every running back. So you're going to go, you know what? This guy, Andrew Salciunas, is really good at this. But you know what we're going to ask Andrew to do today? We're going to ask him to host Afternoon Drive on MMR and talk about rock bands.
Whoa. I can hit the post. I could do a classic rock block.
Rock bands.
I'll walk around the building for I'd play Freebird and Stairway to Heaven back to back. I'd be fine, baby. That's 17 minutes of music. Mm-hmm. I get to put my feet up, close my eyes.
Yeah, I don't think you'd have enough.
With all due respect to the music guys, this job's hard, man.
You're no Pierre Robert, buddy. I'm just saying.
Come on, man.
I am saying.
This job's nonstop. It's live all the time, man. You know.
You're no Matt Cord.
I'd say, listen.
Let alone being able to play the hits that I hear in every doctor's office in town.
I am not the legends of Pierre Robert and Matt Cord. You are correct about that. But, man, I would love to play a classic rock block every once in a while.
Okay. Matt Cord gets laryngitis, and he comes in. He's like, I got to leave. One of you guys has to step in tonight at the Fanatic. Who steps in?
I got it.
You think it's you?
PA announcing stuff?
Who do you?
Matt Cord can.
No, but somebody has to do the job here at the station. Matty Cord's. If Alfred's in the building, I'm saying Alfred's the.
Oh, are you talking for the PA announcing?
Yeah, the PA announcing.
Yeah, I don't know, man.
Tom's
got to bring some energy, man. All right, so we'll get back to the calls and the texts coming up momentarily. You can text in, call in 610-632-0975. We'll also play a couple more calls from the Kincade and Salciunas post-game line. But there's 2 clips from Nick Sirianni's press conference. We did the Monday morning radio host earlier today, and we reacted to a couple of things that he said in his press conference, which we will do every single week following an Eagles win or loss. But there's 2 clips that I want to expand on because it's a quick segment. We don't have as much time to talk about it. So let's play this first one. Here is Nick Sirianni talking about the lack of pass rush from last night.
You know, we'll obviously look at this game and see what happened. I think sometimes you have to earn the right to rush, meaning you got to have them in passing situations. It didn't seem like we had some passing situations today. They were in third and manageable or second and manageable. So sometimes you got to earn the right to rush. And like I said, when they're ahead of the sticks, that makes it a little bit harder on the pass rush. So we'll look at the tape of this game, and we'll see what happens.
So my problem with that answer, I get it. He's right. They didn't really have the opportunity to pin their ears back and rush the quarterback because the Eagles were not running away with the game, and the rushing attack for the Falcons was great yesterday. I mean, Bijan Robinson runs for 97 yards. Algier runs for 53 on just 9 carries, so he averages almost 6 yards per carry yesterday. So I get it.
My gosh.
But the conversation, it's deeper than just pass rush. I know that's what I keep on saying because Kirk Cousins stood tall, but you brought in Bryce Huff, who statistically is not good against the run. But you brought him in to be a 3-down lineman. And Vic Fangio, since training camp started, said he's not ready to play that just yet. So you paid this guy $17 million a year to do what?
By the way, this is on Howie.
Yes.
This is on Howie, the decision that was made there. And the drafting of all the Georgia Bulldogs, if that doesn't turn around, let's say Jordan Davis doesn't take the next step up.
Right.
Jalen Carter doesn't become a game wrecker. Nolan Smith is invisible. Bryce Huff is a non-factor. I'm going to tell you have a new general manager next year.
No.
I'm going to tell you have a new general manager next year.
They're not firing Howie.
He's not hiring another coach. He's not hiring another coach. It would be one of the most unprecedented things in the history of the NFL for one guy in one job as a general manager to then be able to go hire another head coach. Because you know what it is? They say poop, flows downward. You at some point, it's got to splash back up on you because you're responsible. You're not allowed to keep hiring coaches and keep putting the blame on them. If these dogs don't turn around, if the Georgia Bulldog players don't take a step up, and if Bryce Huff, if he continues on this kind of trend, I'm telling you right now, you'll have a new general manager you'll have a new GM and a new coach next year.
Well, the coach,
he's not hiring another coach, Andrew.
I'd be curious.
And if he does, I will scream from the biggest rooftop in town that it is a crime if he does. If he's allowed to hire another coach, this has to work. This is his creation.
Year 2 of Kincade Salciunas could be a fun one.
Oh, I'm telling you right now.
You're setting up season 2 already. Is this the final episode of season 1?
I'm trying to make sure that Netflix is jumping on board.
Yeah, they got to
make sure.
That's right. They got to re-up. But yeah, I mean I don't think so. I'd be curious. We have Shefty on tomorrow.
He can't hire another coach.
I'd be curious to see. And when we talk to Shefty, we're not going to say, hey, will Howie Roseman be fired after this season? But I think it's a curious question to ask. I think Howie Roseman has one of the safest jobs in the city, man.
Really? Based on what?
Lori's love for him.
I think at some point Lori wants to win. And I think as you get older, I think he really wants to win. I'm telling you, if all of those decisions flame out, the Nolan Smith drafting, the Jordan Davis draft above a all-pro second-year safety that you passed on.
That's not revisionist history. That's what you and I both wanted.
Oh,
and I know a lot of Eagles fans wanted.
I swear to you, I can't rap like the Hamilton musical, but I could have cried that night when they passed on Kyle Hamilton. I knew it. I knew exactly what player he was.
I was told that he didn't fit with what they wanted to do.
That is then here is what I say to that. Then what you are doing is wrong.
Yes.
You adjust what you're doing to fit a spectacular talent. And for a player to be an all-pro in their second year?
Yeah. Well, that goes back to the Rager-Jefferson thing.
It's ridiculous.
I think Howie has gotten much better at the smartest man in the room syndrome, clearly.
How about drafting?
But, the Rager-Jefferson thing, Justin Jefferson, they thought was what?
They thought he was
only a slot receiver.
Only a slot receiver, right.
And so that's why, even though he could have been an elite slot receiver, they wanted an outside receiver at the time. Now, that blew up in their face dramatically.
It did.
But the same thing went with the Hamilton thing. It didn't fit what they wanted to do defensively, so they took a guy that fit more of their mold, which I understand that thought process, but sometimes getting the better player, best player available, isn't that like an old term that every football draft nut says?
It is.
Best player available. All right, and then the other clip I want to expand on. Here's Nick Sirianni talking more about the 3rd and 3 and why he didn't decide to run the football.
Well, sometimes, you can't just be every time it's 3rd and 3, say you're going to run it, right? You got to teams obviously pick up on that. If you're every time you're 3rd and 3, you're going to run it. Every time you're and set yourself up for 4th down. So sometimes you got to throw quick. Sometimes you got to run it. Sometimes you got to set yourself up. Sometimes you have 2 opportunities to get it on 3rd and 3 with 2 passes. Sometimes you have the opportunities to get it with runs. So, we can't just be so predictable that we're going to say, hey, every 3rd and 3, if you're in 4-down mode, that you're going to run the football. That's just not realistic in this league. There's too many good coaches in this league. Hey, it didn't work in this particular one, and I'd like to have those back.
Here's my problem with the answer. Now, I get it. The play call actually did work. It's just Saquon dropped it. But here's my problem with that answer specifically when he talks about the predictability of it. If you're a dominant center in the NBA, you're Shaquille O'Neal, right?
Yes.
You knew what he was doing.
Yes.
You give him the ball in the block, and there was like 2 moves. It was either roll right, roll left, slam dunk. You knew what he was doing, but he's so dominant at it, they couldn't stop him. You could text Shaq that I said he was a dominant basketball player.
I'll tell you, that's good.
Mariano Rivera had 1 pitch.
No, I mean, you're absolutely correct.
You knew what was coming.
You knew what was coming.
But he was so good
his
at
out
it.
pitch, you knew exactly what he was coming with.
He's so good at it. He's a Hall of Famer because of it. Jim Johnson, I'll go back in the day, back in the early 2000s. You knew when he was bringing 8.
Oh, you knew.
You knew, right? Like
now, occasionally he'd masquerade it.
Yes,
but you knew he might be only sending 5.
Right.
But he looked like he was sending the house
because the defense was so dominant.
Yep.
You still couldn't combat it. I'll go back to last year. Maybe not for the Eagles, but the opponents. You knew Wink Martindale and Todd Bowles were going to blitz every single time. You couldn't stop it, so they were going to keep on doing it. It became predictable because I knew I could say, hey, they're going to blitz here, they're going to blitz here, they're going to blitz here. It's predictable, but you can't stop it. The Falcons yesterday were unable to stop the run. So my problem with Sirianni's answer there is for him to say, well, it's predictable that we're going to run there. Okay, it might be. Everybody and their mothers may have thought that they were going to run the football there. But if they haven't stopped it, what's the problem?
Yeah.
He overthought the situation last night.
They literally, again, they took something that was easy, an easy decision, and made it complicated. And that is something you just don't do, especially when the other team has no timeouts. You can be all the cutesy you want. You were already cutesy in the game, and it cost you a chip shot field goal that, by the way, again, in that situation at the end of the game, we would have been talking about lining up for Jake Elliott for a 9-point lead. But you gave up points already being cute. And then I just don't think you don't put people in a position to be counted on to do something at the most critical moment, to do something that they're not good at. And Saquon Barkley is the worst running back in the NFL at dropping passes. He's the worst. And we're into the 4th year of data where that's the case. Yeah. So in the most critical time in a game, you're asking a guy to do what he's bad at, not what he's great at. That's not good coaching. And I don't care how you spin it. I don't care what you try to say to me about being aggressive. That's dumb. Ask people to do what they're great at when they have a great skill set, especially when the other team hasn't stopped it.
I just saw a tweet from Tyrone Johnson speaking your gospel about Saquon. He responded to a Jordan Renan tweet. And Jordan Renan covers the NFL, but he focused on the Giants. I think he still does.
No, he's a Giants guy.
He's still a Giants guy.
No, he's a Giants guy. Boy, he got Brian Dable pissed at him the other day, too.
I was listening to that.
Brian Dable was all pissed at him.
So he tweets this out last night. That is one of the warts in Saquon Barkley's. Could you just say he might sit on him?
Yeah, I don't know. Dable's lost a few.
That is one of the warts in Saquon Barkley's game. Tremendous player, but that was his 16th drop since the start of the 2021 season, the most among running backs. Tyrone responds with, this is something to watch moving forward. Gainwell and Shipley are both better pass catchers. You don't want to be predictable, but drops are a part of Saquon's game.
It's what I like about it. It's honestly, it's my favorite part of the pitching repertoire of our own Tyrone Johnson, is that Tyrone sometimes I will vehemently disagree with.
Yeah.
But Tyrone will always bring the point of view of going, yeah, but look at it this way. And that's a great point.
Yeah. The play was there, but a guy who drops the ball was
the worst guy in all the sport that you could count on to do that.
And oh, by the way, on the flip side, one of the best.
Right, at running. It's not smart coaching. And you can't spin it that it's smart coaching today. You just sound dumb trying to excuse make for this.
We'll hear it at 10. Maybe we hear it at 10. I don't know what Billy Sirianni's saying.
I don't know what he is. We're checking. I'm doing 23andMe. Somebody get the coffee cup.
I don't know what he's saying. I'm not joking. I honestly don't know what he's saying. That's why I can't wait for 10 o'clock.
I wonder where. Bill and I have already had an exchange. I think he's going to be. I think he's going to have some. He's going to have a lot to say coming up today.
He's going to have a lot to say.
He's going to have a lot to say.
Radio man.
I'll tell you this.
All right. By the way, one play that we have not talked about at all today. I get why we haven't talked about it all, because the pass rush has been one thing.
What's that?
This happens in wins and losses. Like, we barely talked about Blankenship's interception last week.
No,
right?
we didn't.
It was a big play in a game, but there were so many other things to focus on. Whether it was the pass not being in the right spot or Devontae Smith needing to hold on to that ball. It was a great play by Jesse Bates, but that's a touchdown. The 3rd and 3, which led to the field goal. The field goal in the third quarter.
No,
that's 6 points.
I think Devontae, who has had already had a bunch of nice catches this year already.
Yeah.
He has to. I say he has to hold that ball.
So Aikman pointed out if it was thrown in the better spot, it's a touchdown.
Oh, so he sort of put it on.
If he led Smith more in the end zone, it's a touchdown. But look,
we've seen Devontae make that catch multiple times.
And Jesse Bates made a hell of a play when he punched the football out. But if that's caught, it's another different story in the football game.
Yep.
That's 6 points instead of 3.
Yep.
It's a big swing. All right, let's go to Ricky in North Jersey. Ricky, you're on 97.5 The Fanatic.
Good morning, gentlemen. Happy season.
Hi, Ricky.
I'm very pissed off. As the more I listen, I get angrier.
Okay.
See, I see on the comment board it says positive outlook, but you just come out the gate saying I'm pissed off and I'm angrier.
I'm going to make my point and I'm going to hang up. You talked about Mariano Rivera. Let me tell you something about Mariano Rivera. He learned that cutter a year and a half into the league, and that's where he became dominant. So, my point is this. Hurts, bad decision again, throwing it down the field instead of just getting positive yards to kick the winning field goal. Number 2, Fangio. You know that Kirk Cousins had 30 dropbacks, 30. And in that last series, 6. No pressure, no blitz, no nothing. Number 3, Sirianni. The decisions that he makes. Listen, everybody say, oh, Saquon catches the ball. We were dominating the field, running the ball, run the ball. Even if Saquon gets 2 yards, it's 4th and 1. Even if we get stopped, the time runs out, gives them 40 seconds. They have to go 90 yards to score. And if they score a field goal, it's a tie game. We go to overtime. And lastly, I blame this on Howie Roseman. He should have paid Hassan Reddick his money. He got Bryce Huff, who's done nothing at all. And we sit here and we speak week after week. And I said it last year, and I said it this year. Our team is based on the run. The run opens everything up, and we have not done that. And when we were dominating the game last night in the run, we failed to run the ball at the time that we needed the most.
They get too cute. Thanks for
the call, Ricky.
They get really cute.
Not really a positive outlook, by the way.
No, but they get so cute. They're just so worried about, hey, this is really it's great is that you're doing something right. And it's working at work.
Yeah.
And go, you know what I really want to do, though? I want to try to do something completely different because all the success we're having, we need to try to do something different. Let's change it up. It's so dumb. It's so dumb.
But again, I'll say this, John.
They can't stop.
Whether you agree with it or not, in terms of your beliefs in football. And everybody likes, some people like being aggressive. Some people like being passive.
I think I'm too conservative.
If that is the way if he's stuck with that mentality throughout a game, you go, all right, well, that's who he is. He's an aggressive coach.
No.
But he doesn't. He himself is, I'm aggressive this drive, but I'm not aggressive this drive. I'm going to go for it this time for a touchdown, but in the exact same spot, I'm going to kick the field goal instead. Because he doesn't believe in his own, opinion on whether or not you should be aggressive is my biggest problem. The throw there is not necessarily my problem with the clock stopping. It's the fact that he changes. Throughout the game, he's aggressive one drive, he's not the next.
And you can't tell me the reason you do something is because you want to be aggressive there, when at other times you contradict your own opinion.
Exactly.
And
that's a guy that doesn't know exactly what he wants to do. He's got an identity crisis when it comes to whether or not he wants to be aggressive or conservative.
I think he's got an identity crisis.
And that's a problem.
No, he does.
You're the head coach of the football team. Get it together. All right, coming up next, we get more reaction. Oh, my God, 9:20 already, Johnny. Not that I appreciate that or anything, but this show has flown by. How about another 4-pack of Temple tickets on the contest line, 215-263-0975. The first 2 callers will get another 4-pack. We'll have one more to give away. Callers 1 and 2 to the contest line, 215-263-0975. You get a 4-pack of Temple tickets when you watch them battle Utah State this Saturday. And, of course, kids under 8th grade and younger score a touchdown on the field after the game. Visit AllisTix.com. We'll be right back on Kincade Salciunas, 97.5 The Fanatic.
Fanatic Sports Update.
The Eagles spoiled Nick Foles' return. I'm Brendan Gunn, and this update is brought to you by Dell Technologies. Now your ideas don't have to wait. Dell Technologies and Intel are pushing what technology can do so great ideas can happen.
scarier, the Eagles lost yesterday at the Bates Motel?
I'm telling you, Bates Motel will make you pee.
All right, well, you can get
You might pee.
You can get two adult tickets with the Fanatic Deal of the Week. Get 2 adult combo tickets to the Bates Motel for the price of 1. That's 2 tickets for $52. Prepare for Halloween thrills at the Bates Motel, one of the most frightening haunted attractions in the country. It's located in Glen Mills, PA. Get this exclusive offer while supplies last at 97.5thefanatic.com/deals. Real quick, outside of an Eagles note, but an NFL note, you know how I feel about quarterback play right now. I don't know if this necessarily means quarterback play, but what do you make of this? So Steve Palazzolo tweeted this out. He has a podcast called Check the Mic. Passing touchdowns through 2 weeks in the NFL. In 2019, there was 105. In 2020 and 2021, 110.
Okay.
It dips back down to 105 in 2022. Last year, through 2 weeks, 86.
Ooh.
So a drop-off from 105 in 2022 to 86 in 2023. And through 2 weeks this season, 69.
Okay, that's incredible.
I don't know what to make of that.
Yeah,
I don't know.
I still think it's too small a sample size. But when you're comparing it directly to where they were in the seasons, that's pretty good work.
And, you know, I've talked about my belief that there's a quarterback problem in the NFL. I also have talked about running the football is kind of coming back because if you think about it, defenses have said, oh, wait, we need to have speed guys to cover the edges because they're throwing the football all over the place. And then an offensive-minded head coach or an offensive-minded GM goes, oh, wait, you're getting smaller linebackers? Let me go get the big running backs again. So it's kind of the way the NFL is going, too, but that's a huge fall-off. I mean, that's 40 touchdowns.
Okay,
from 2 years ago.
I'm going to need to see 4 weeks, 5 weeks, but that's interesting work. Good job.
It is pretty
Good job.
interesting. All right, Brendan, give us one more call from the Kincade and Salciunas post-game line. Give us another vinegar one if you got one, and then we'll get to a couple of calls and texts before we get to our key 3. And don't forget, we have one more family 4-pack of Temple tickets to give away at some point this before we get out of here. But what do we got on the Kincade and Salciunas post-game line?
I am done with this Eagles head coach. It's time to bring in Bill Belichick. Okay.
Is there okay guy? See, the problem with the okay guy, I love him. That's Charles. You can't leave the double message, Charles. All right?
Yeah, you can't
leave the line for the others.
Bill Belichick, no, thank you.
You know that's happening. You know,
no, thank you.
You know that's going to get louder and louder. They better freaking win next weekend, man. They better freaking win, or you know Charles won't be the only one.
I'm going to tell you right now, Bill Belichick, it's absolutely blatantly, and it's disrespectful that he was on the Eagles sideline last night. And that Matt Patricia, his little henchman, was walking with him.
They can't quit each other.
It's disrespectful that he was on Nick Sirianni's sideline last night. A guy who he has blatantly stalked his job.
Yeah.
And then he's out there on the sideline mugging for cameras. BS. And I love Coach Belichick's insights on the game, and I respect the hell out of everything he's accomplished, but he has literally tried to get Nick Sirianni's job. He shouldn't have been on that sideline last night.
Yeah. I don't know the Patricia part of it. I know he's doing, I told you, he's doing the 33rd team, and they're both a part of it now, but.
You don't know the Patricia thing? You haven't figured it out yet? When somebody's successful in life, and they have somebody who's willing to walk around and be their lapdog.
Okay, it makes sense.
And literally willing to, like, carry their bags for them and say, yes, Bill, anything you need, Bill, I can do it for you, Bill. Are you kidding me? When you get your next job, Bill, I want a job, Bill. You've seen, what was it, LeFou? He's freaking LeFou. Just call him LeFou.
From the Beast.
Yes, from Beauty and the Beast. He's LeFou. He sits around like, ooh, stars in his eyes. There's Bill Belichick. Oh, my gosh.
Belichick's, what's his...
Bill, I'll get you moved into
his name?
What is his name?
I keep on thinking Jean-Claude, but it's not Jean-Claude.
What's the guy's name from Beauty and the Beast?
No one hits like Gaston.
No one hits like Gaston.
You go, Hoodie's Gaston?
No one stabs coaches in the back like Gaston. And then it's like, oh, but if you need Gaston.
This might be your best segment.
He's LeFou.
I'm not saying today.
He is LeFou. He's just like the stars in his eyes.
Nah, I'm saying in 100 and what shows
you think this is it?
This might be number one for you. It's all downhill from here, Johnny.
No one stabs Sirianni in the back like Gaston.
Let's go to Colby on the cell. What up, Colby?
Hello, gentlemen. How are you?
Good, buddy.
Just great. I'm piss poor, Colby.
That's not true.
Hey, man.
Say good morning, but that's not true.
Yeah,
Thank you, buddy.
All right, so I think one of the big things early on was the 3rd and 9, and they just had a Hurts run it.
Yeah, you mean that draw play?
That was weird.
Yeah.
It was his second run of the series too.
Yeah, and it was only the second series of the game.
Oh my gosh.
Why didn't they stick with Calcaterra?
Well, hey, guess what? Here's what I will tell you. Calcaterra did a much better job of getting open last night than Dallas Goedert did.
Absolutely. And, like, Sirianni, he left his offense with no momentum. He did nothing to give them, okay, guys, let's get points, good job, let's sit and talk about it and go at it again. He kept the offense against the wall the whole game. He kept the crowd out of it by making poor choices. Just get some points. And I'm tired of him gambling. He's splitting 10s against a 6.
Yes.
I'm tired of watching it.
But the problem, Colby, and we appreciate the call, man, is he gambles some plays, but then he doesn't the other days. Then the next play, it's, hey, I want to look at my bank account first. Like, I don't get it. Like, if he ran that 3rd and 3 play where he throws the football and Saquon drops it, but he had that same energy, that same mentality for 4 quarters, I go, all right, that's who he is. Like, I knew that about Doug Peterson, right? Like, I knew that on a 4th and 6 on the 45-yard line, Doug Peterson's going for it. Whether I believed it was the right decision or not, I knew Doug Peterson was going for it. John Harbaugh, I think John Harbaugh is sometimes held hostage by his own belief of analytics. Like, remember last in week 1, if they scored the touchdown, if Likely kept his feet in bounds, he said right away they were going to go for 2.
No, he already had the 2 in his hand.
I think that is a stupid decision to make because it's not like you're a bad football team trying to beat the Chiefs. No, you're a good football team. I think that's dumb. But I know what I'm going to get out of John Harbaugh. I don't know right now what I'm getting out of Sirianni. He's either going to be aggressive one drive, but then the next drive he's going to be conservative. And I don't like that. Unless you are batting 1,000 with it. And he's not.
No, it's I just don't like I think anything you can streamline in life is better. Anything you can make simple, that you can make simple decisions that are more the safer decisions are smarter. Especially with the game on the line like that.
Now, that's your thought. And his thought could be the complete opposite.
But well, we don't know.
But it's got to stay. It's got to stay there.
Sometimes he thinks exactly like me.
I know.
And then the next minute he's Sybil.
And it all started in the Super Bowl, dude. He changed his identity, went against his identity in the Super Bowl. He has not been the same since.
I put up the sideline video of Belichick and Patricia last night.
Oh, did you?
Yeah, I did find the.
It's nice.
I did find them.
They look just like.
I did find them.
They look just like them.
It's
Patricia a little bit bigger though.
Yeah, Patricia's a little rounder.
By the way, so the 3rd and 10 Jalen Hurts quarterback draw.
Well, and it was the second run on the drive, and by the way, he did look better though.
No, he looked great running the football
after that drive.
Yeah,
he looked great.
And then the Covey bubble screens in the red zone 2 different times. Like, nobody asked for this. Nobody said, you know what, now's a good time for Britton Covey to get the ball.
It's unbelievable.
How many targets did he finish with yesterday? Because you were saying that he had 6 catches.
He had more. How about Britton Covey?
6 targets.
Britton Covey had more targets than Dallas Goedert, Saquon Barkley, and Jahan Dotson combined. That is freaking malpractice. And you know who that's on? It's not on Nick Sirianni. That is on your offensive coordinator, Kellen Moore, who I've been trying to convince you for months was one of these next-level guys. I'm floored, but I will take that one as a giant L. And as Jameis Winston would tell me, I'm eating the L right now.
Well, it's only one game.
No, but that was a primetime game at home?
Bad against
That's a terrible
NFC opponent.
Terrible.
All right, we've been all over the text line, the phone line, and the Kincade Salciunas postgame line. But what do we have on the text line, B-Gun?
Yeah, we got Bliff checking in from Morale. I don't know how to pronounce it. Never heard of it. But he said the biggest problem and the majority of the blame for this team goes to the D-line. 3 sacks in 2 games, giving up 160 yards on the ground per game. Where's Jordan Davis? Where's Bryce Huff? Vic Fangio's defense so far has been a red flag to me.
It's not the whole defense.
It's not the whole defense.
Like, Quinn Mitchell was good again last night. Darius Slay was good again last night, except for the final play. Chauncey Gardner-Johnson was, I didn't have a problem with the linebackers, really. It was that defensive front, both pass rush and rushing defense. They did not win any battle up front. And, man, we had your partner of 20 years, Buck Bellew, on.
Yep.
He made me think that they put traffic cones out as the offensive line. And maybe they do.
There wasn't enough last night, though, that they took advantage of.
Because that was bad.
Oh.
Defensive line was bad last night. Whether you want to say pass rush or rushing defense, he was bad. All right, coming up next, we got the Kincade and Salciunas Key 3. I'm going to tell you about some more Key 3 from Von C. We got a new list of their Key 3 right around Oktoberfest time. You don't want to miss that. And we'll try to sneak in some more texts and calls before we get out of here. Mike Missanelli Show coming your way at 10 o'clock. It is Kincade and Salciunas right here at 97.5 The Fanatic.
The real and
Call number 1 to the contest line will win our 5th and final 4-pack on this Temple Tuesday. Family 4-pack of Temple football tickets. They battle Utah State this Saturday at 2 o'clock at Lincoln Financial Field. Hopefully it's a better result at the Link. Kids 8th grade and younger can score a touchdown on the field after the game. Visit AlStix.com. It is time now for the Kincade and Salciunas Key 3 presented by Von C.
Now, the Kincade and Salciunas Key 3. Today's best.
Johnny, morning.
I believe that's false advertising on your part, and you're usually not a big liar.
What?
It's not a good morning.
Well, why are you calling me a liar when I literally said morning?
No, you said it was a.
I didn't say the G word. Thanks. We're starting off the show just like the way the Eagles ended that game. Horribly, John.
Nah, I make good decisions. Unlike the drunken sailor we have in charge. How are you this morning?
Hey, that's your boy, Mr. Sirianni, drunken sailor.
I got to tell you, I didn't think they gave him control of enough to screw things up, but they obviously did.
The freaking chart. I'm done with the chart. The ESPN analytics. This is a green zone. You should go for it. No, feel's a big part of it, right? Feel of the game, feel of how your offense is moving, feel of how their defense is playing, feel of the clock, feel of everything, right? There were multiple times yesterday where he would have gone for it on 4th down, but he didn't. And then when he goes for it on 4th down, you're questioning. And then some of the decisions leading up to 4th down, like the 3rd and 3. There was another 3rd and 3 earlier in the game where he throws the football and then they go for it. And my first thought is, well, if you were going to go for it all along, you probably should have tried to run the football.
On 3rd down.
Yes.
And then you go for it on 4th, you get no points. You pass on a field goal on your second drive. You don't score on your opening drive when you get the ball. You give it back to the Falcons. Your defense makes a stand, gives you the ball back. Give them something to feel good about.
Yeah.
Put damn points on the board. And remember, if you had taken the field goal from earlier in the game, you're sitting there at the end of the game up 6, and in that 3rd down play, you run it, and then you kick a field goal to go up 9, and the game was over.
Saquon Barkley is wide open. Jalen Hurts makes a perfect throw. Jalen Hurts, and we'll get into this more as the show goes on, was playing a great game at that time. The stats might not show it because he throws for 180 yards, but he was playing an efficient game at that time.
80?
Yeah, he was fantastic.
Okay.
He makes a perfect throw to Saquon Barkley. If it is caught, it's either a 1st down, clock keeps on running, or he even gets into the end zone. And at that point, the Falcons only have 1 timeout left, and it's a 2-score game at this point, right? So the play call worked. The question, though, is whether it worked or not, was it the smart play call?
It wasn't.
Go ahead. I want you to explain.
97%. If you run it on 3rd down there, and you don't turn it over. So the assumption is
Saquon holds on to it, which you believe in him.
Right.
Yeah.
You built a team. What is this team built around? It's built around having one of the best offensive lines in football.
Yep.
A quarterback who is a dual threat with his legs or his feet, with his legs or his
And
arm.
showed that last night.
And a star running back who, by the way, give him 2 carries last night at any time. 2 consecutive carries. He goes for 5 or 6 yards, not 3. He goes for 5 or 6. You don't have to do what you did.
All right, that's the Kincade and Salciunas Key 3 presented by Von C. Take a listen to this. Von C Brewing Company in Norristown. You do not want to miss out their Oktoberfest celebration. It's September 17th through the 29th, where you can try their Oktoberfest Key 3. So that starts 10 days from now. All right, bear with me here.
Okay.
The Berliner Weiss. All right? A historic German sour beer. They have the Festbier, a modern take on the Oktoberfest style, and the Von C Toberfest. I like how they did that. But the Von C Toberfest Marzen, a love letter to Munich malt. You can check out VonCBrewing.com. Find out where you can pick your Key 3 from Von C today. Just to tell you about those beers, the Berliner Weiss.
Berliner Weiss
is a historic sour style of beer. It can be enjoyed on its own or with the addition of one of 2 traditional syrups. I've never heard of this.
Whoa. So like the sweet and sour?
Yeah, it's a Woodruff, which is the green gummy bear kind of flavor, or raspberry.
Okay, there are so many great things at Von C. I won't be trying that one.
All right, well, this one I'll drink one of these, the Festbier.
Okay, you can have one.
Germany's modern take on the Oktoberfest style, less intense than a Marzen, but not lacking in rich malt flavors.
I'm there.
Brewed with a blend of German Pilsner, Munich, and Vienna malts, and a Spalt Select hops.
Okay, I'm in on that one.
I'm
in on that one, yeah.
And the Von C. Toberfest Mars and Solid Beer, love letter to Munich malt, rich malt flavor are balanced out by low but balanced bitterness, crisp and clean lager fermentation with a perceived malt sweetness, and a dry finish leaves you wanting more. So that's their current key 3.
They got a lot going on.
Right around the store, right around the corner, man.
We've had a lot going on today, too.
Yes, we have.
It has been a wild morning.
It has been. It's been eventful
Has it been cathartic
for us.
at all?
Yeah, I mean, look, we get to talk everything out.
Exactly.
I just don't know how tomorrow's going to go, man.
I can tell you that I know I'll feel better tomorrow than I feel today.
All right. Well, you might need to carry the show for us.
Plus, I'll get a haircut, which is always good. Makes me feel better. Hey, support life-saving cancer research. Join us and our generous partner, Pierce Phelps Bryant Heating and Air Conditioning Contractors, and make a donation today to the American Association for Cancer Research. Do it at 975thefanatic.com/AACR. I'm living proof 3 times over that cancer research saves lives.
All right, real quick. We got a minute.
Okay.
You want to go time to move on or embarrassed of the Eagles?
I'm embarrassed of what went down last night.
All right, let's go to Steve in Delaware. Steve, we got a minute. What's up?
All right, so hey guys, I'm gonna make this quick. Just make it make sense for me. Make it make sense when you only need 3 yards. Why you don't run it and keep it simple. Get the first down, and then you take them out of the game of the ability to score, and you still have four times to bite the apple and get the touchdown and end the game.
Steve, I wish I could make it make sense. I can't, but I can promise you this: don't turn the dial, Steve. Because you're gonna have guys that are gonna try to convince you coming up next.
Nick Sirianni's cousin, man.
It was still and there's another one.
Oh,
Mike Missanelli is coming up.
Then you look at the front, the Eagles' defensive front. Where were they? Because I've been tired of Georgia guys.
They're missing in action.
My biggest concern, Steven, thanks for the call, brother, is that's not going to get better. Because I kind of painted the picture for you. If I'm an offensive coordinator or an offensive line coach for an opposing team, I'm double teaming Jalen Carter on passing downs. Jordan Davis isn't getting to the quarterback, and I'm winning right now the one-on-one battles with Josh Sweat and Bryce Huff and Nolan Smith.
I think it's Mike Missanelli is coming up today.
All right, they're coming up next.
I think the two of them are going to look. It's going to be interesting conversation all day.
I told you
it's been great talking to people today.
I told you from now until the end of the day, this is a fascinating conversation.
It is fascinating
because I see what Sirianni meant.
Oh, I did too.
I just don't like that he doesn't keep the same energy. Like he's sometimes aggressive, sometimes he's not.
I can't wait to hear Bill and Mike coming up.
They're coming your way next. Kincade and Salciunas back at it tomorrow morning right here, 97.5